you guys begin to backtrack and try to find your way out from the Underdark as you try to find a way to return back to the upper levels of Catharsis.
Wait, so you're telling us the big door that we went through because it was the only door was not actually the way to get out?
No.
Did you just say that there's like a secret lever inside the chest that teleports us home?
Yeah.
We just have a Skyrim door.
Inspiration to Mary. You see in the mouth of the mimic, which was defending the secret escape lever, you pull it, and you see just a massive ladder descend out the front from that hole in the shadow that you guys initially dropped down from.
Or does he just plan on hand waving us leaving the Underdark?
I'll level with you guys. Do any of you think there's anything interesting enough that you want to really explore down there?
Yeah, I want to go find fucking Sloopadoop. Are you kidding?
You see a band of adventurers off in the distance as you depart. A terrifying pale man, a clearly goth protagonist, a busty elf, and I'm not going down this road anymore. They're off in the distance on their own adventure.
And that's where we're starting our How the Other Half Lives session this time. Okay, I'm the busty elf.
Damn it.
I'll take the clearly goth protagonist.
I'll take the pale, emaciated corpse that insists it's a doctor. But we are going to, as you guys ascend back out through the Underdark and back out through the tomb of the fallen Tuskbane chieftain. As a bit of note, Morak, you are carrying the High Chieftain's axe. And everyone else, you note that even though you've felled the cult and any magic that was animating the chieftain has dissipated, Ode still does not have a shadow. As you guys begin to make your way back out.
You know, Ode, I'm not really sure if it's just that it's fucking dark down here, but it doesn't look like you've got like a shadow.
Oh, well, that's alarming considering that the head cultist of a shadow cult just copied a version of me and made me fight it twice. But here, let's I'll go stand next to this Here, you stand next to this lantern, Byron.
All right.
All right, and your shadow's right there. Great.
I'll make the shadow wait.
Away. And then she stands there, and she's like, okay. Yeah, mine's not there.
But Byron will just kind of poke Ode's shoulder. All right,
David, am I fully formed?
Ooh,
Ode is fully formed. You see Byron's in the torchlight. You see Byron's shadow poking Ode, stopping when you see no Ode shadow to speak of. Period.
Okay, wait. Sunny stands in front of, so that Sunny's shadow would be cast onto Ode. Is it locked?
You see. God damn! You're starting to make me think about the. You see Sunny's shadow cast onto Ode, and then other parts around Ode.
Okay, then Sunny goes and stands behind Ode.
That's what I was going to do.
Full shadow, I think. Hold on.
Wait, hang on. So the light passes through Ode and then casts a shadow off of Sunny?
We're moving past this. Sunny's shadow fully passes through Ode. It is as though Ode is not there.
It was a full statement of her shadow's gone, but once you start questioning it, it defaults flat immediately. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, this normal concept of shadow missing, I totally have a prepared physical answer for it.
My shadow will jump into your shadow and then be like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to be.
Someone sew it back onto her feet.
You see it start flying to your
I think that was just a play, Morak.
David, You put
I'm
this
concerned.
in the world with a bunch of physicists and engineers, and you didn't think we'd immediately try to figure out how it physically works?
I'm not saying I didn't think it would. I'm saying I still don't have an answer because my degree's in fucking communications and the beginning of counseling. If you
Okay.
guys showed me a physics book, I'd scream.
Okay.
Here. Maybe this is something. If we're like trying to convince my shadow to come back, and Ode cast darkness.
Nope.
How could you tell if it's dark? How do we know yet?
Well, we were trying to convince the shadow to come back. I thought.
Darkness
I mean-
doesn't cast.
Oh, can you say teleport between shadows?
And then Ode
Please describe how this looks.
lunges forward and then falls on the ground.
That
What?
wasn't a very good teleportation. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Yeah, that's not how it usually works. I'll try again. And then she goes to like a place that's really dark, and I think the same thing happened. Right, David?
Fall flat on your face.
Hey guys, what did I miss?
That's concerning.
Zeka rocks up.
You found
Oh,
Hey,
why
there's
are you
Zach.
on the
Because
ground?
it's unsafe, but he tripped and fell, and he's concussed from 10 feet from the entrance to the
no.
Undertaker.
I think we're in the
Wait,
the
we're
catacombs still.
Yeah, we're in the catacombs.
Yeah,
We're
that sounds
climbing
good.
Would
up
it
the
make
ladder.
worse to rejoin after they get out?
No, this is honestly fine for you to rejoin right here. This is, I think, where you left because you missed the session. You've just been chilling next to an open grave, though, so how that affects Zeka is up to you.
We're climbing up the ladder to get out, and we just hear like,
Yo, guys, I was fighting a shadow version of myself, and it was crazy. It was like the hardest fight I've ever had in my life. Like, oh boy, I got my ass kicked like a lot. Like, really bad.
Holy.
Goodness.
The camera pans, and there's a wall that looks like it's just been the shit kicked out of it. And he has been fighting his literal shadow.
Like, man, he would not take any hits whatsoever. It was crazy.
looking at a mirror.
Turns around. Oh god, he's back.
Yeah. But why
Round
are
two.
you on the ground, though?
I was
You're
trying
normally
to
so
catapult
spry.
jump, and it's not working.
Oh, really?
Did that happen to you when you fought
Maybe.
your shadow monster?
Hang on, let me try and do the shadow jump I normally do.
Okay.
I try and do it.
You're more successful than Ode was.
Wow.
I just jump in the shadow.
Yeah, exactly.
But I land on my
Where was the last? I'm trying to find my voice. There we go. Where was the last place you saw your shadow? Maybe it's we got to go back and pick it up.
No, it was in that fight. I was shadow jumping literally minutes ago.
As you remember, she did the last place she saw her shadow, she kicked its ass.
Maybe we should have picked it up and brought it with
Maybe I
us.
just kill my shadow.
Do you want me to
maybe-
take a look? Oh, I can see if there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any spells left after your epic fight?
Oh yeah, I just like tried to fisticuffs with him. It was like that's probably why he kicked my ass. He was casting like he was trying to like. He was casting like spirit guardian and shit.
It's like
So Zeka, you were shadow boxing?
For a second, you hear his fingers crunch, and then he like closes
What was that? You guys gotta cut a little bit out.
Okay, Mr. DM, sir, what check makes the most sense here? Medicine, Arcana,
Well,
don't even know.
what are you precisely trying to do?
Diagnose Ode.
So
Whether that be through like the curse that she may be under, or like an enchantment.
if it's magic, you would go under Arcana. If it's physical, you would go under Medicine, depending on what you're trying to see.
It's magical.
Could I try
My
both?
shadow powers have always been a magical.
The fact that your shadow's gone does not mean this is a physical ailment that you have.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll try Arcana then.
Okay, go ahead and roll. You don't have it.
Could someone
All
else roll
get it.
for me? I'm literally walking to my apartment now, but it'll be a bit before I'm
No.
ready.
While he's doing that, Ode's kind of explaining to him, yeah, I think you're a good candidate for this because there's different basically like genres of monk subclasses, and the like shadow one and the sun soul one were like more of like the magical one. And I don't really know the history of like magic on that, but then there's like the Way of the Long Death people that we met, and they're all about like understanding ki and energy flow. So like they're more physical, like medicine, and we're more like magic.
Right.
I think that pretty well informs this natural 20 you got. With
hell
Ode
yeah.
kind of prompting you along with specifically the fact that the shadows tend to focus, or at least take a little more of a magical spin on it, you sense nada. Nothing. You see nothing. The very small amount of magic you may normally expect to see, and I'll just hand wave and say you use your detect magic just in accordance with this. Any little bit you would normally sense from Ode, which isn't huge, is gone.
Hang on. Sorry, you cut out a little bit there. Could you repeat any?
A very tense silence.
Will, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. The last thing I heard was what little you normally sense from.
So, from what little magic you would normally sense from Ode, which tends to be when she's occupying shadows, the instant as she uses her shadow teleport, I imagine she would try again as you're watching, just to kind of try to see all these different moments.
Yeah,
You
like I'll try to cast darkness again.
Yeah, you sense nothing. You sense absence.
Oh wow!
She's as magical as Morak was when you first met him.
Oh damn!
Oh, even less so.
A fate worse than death, if you ask me.
I knew cantrip. Shut up.
That's why I said even less. But no, like legitimately, like you don't feel the hint that you would get of Ode's kind of abilities is gone at this point. As she tries to do it, it is as if you or I, as in David or Will, were trying to do what Ode could do once upon a time.
Okay, with a natural 20, can I get any sense as to whether something is like blocking it, or if it's just like not there at all, or if it's like something's like missing? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Let me grab a dice real quick. Because yes, with a natural 20, I'll roll and see whether you get that sense. But let me grab my dice.
Okay.
Wait, with a natural 20, he'll roll.
With a natural 20, it's still a chance. So it's a pretty.
That's fair.
It's slim pickings here.
That means no. He's going to roll to decide what it actually is.
In Zob. One of them.
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know either.
David's being David.
We're all flying
He's
by the
gonna
seat
make
of
it all
our
up anyway.
pants.
He paid for the dice. He's going to use them.
Pretty much. I get to roll these physical dice as much as we used to. All right, I need to get my money's worth. Okay. Where did Zephyr just go? There he is. Okay. You don't know what. You do get the sense of something being blocked, of something that ought to be there that has been removed or taken away. You don't know what, but I will just give a gentle reminder. You just fought the Cult of Shadows.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, it feels like something is blocking your like. It looks like you have some like like energy. I don't even know like how to call it, but like roadways that go throughout your entire body. It's like very interesting. I've never seen anything like it. And it seems like what normally supplies the energy to these highways, it's just not there. It looks like, if I can describe it, it's like there's like a city that's like a production center of an entire like country, right? And there's an entire country built around this city and like bringing everything there, and then like it's like a very productive society, but that city is missing, but the infrastructure is still there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, actually, that's kind of like how we describe chakras, which are an actual thing. So like, don't at me. But,
Who the fuck
Oh,
taught
yeah,
Zeka
because like
civil
cities like
engineering?
totally aren't.
but like the key, like the key that we use as monks is like really connected to our chakras, our energy flow.
Yeah, well, it seems like to me what's supplying your keys to the kingdom is like not there.
Zeka and Ode, I want you to both actually make Zeka, I want you to make a religion check. Someone roll that for me. I just realized I asked him to do it again. Ode, I want you to roll just a d20 for me.
Roll a check-in check.
Yeah, a check-in check.
Can someone do that for me?
Yeah, I got it. Why do I always ask you to roll when you're not here?
Well, to be fair, I haven't been there in a while.
Yeah, and you keep asking him to roll even when he's not on the call.
Ode,
I miss you.
with what you
Sorry.
kind of already intuited and discussed with Zeka, that seems pretty on the nose of, you don't know what precisely the nature of it is, but something is kind of just blocking your chakra from flowing in a way that would be conducive to your shadow magic. Because you don't feel different. You don't have shadow, but you don't feel different. But these things you're trying to do are, for no reason at all, seemingly just not working. Zeka, you got a 16, by the way. With a 16, you just aren't sure what could be doing it. But you are aware that, like, higher powers can influence mortals. Like, they can, one second. They can, like, stop, they can directly intervene, they can do things like that. But how much that is the case is to be seen.
Well, I guess.
Wait.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry. Zeka, let me clarify that real quick again. There is nothing wrong with Ode that you can see. You don't see any, she's cursed, she's touched by a spell that you could dispel, she's taken something away, she's doing it improperly. There is nothing being done wrong on Ode's part or anything that is stopping her from doing this, but it is still not functioning.
Strange. You should be able. This is very strange, Ode. Like, according to my, I don't know how else to put it, my insight, I guess. Like, you should be able to do everything you want to do, but it's just not there. I can see that something's wrong, and I want to fix it, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to make a wagon move when there isn't even the horse there in the first place, you know?
I mean, I don't think I trust your insight. I don't think it's like a mental block, because I didn't find that. I mean, I know I went down in that fight. I didn't find that fight like horribly scarier than anything else we've done. It's not like it made me scared of shadows or anything, but it might be like a blocked off thing. Maybe the people at the Shadow Monastery would like be able to say, oh, this has happened before, and we just like put you in like a what's the resurrection bath, and then
Oh, like
a Lazarus pit and it comes back. Like,
Right.
For
I was
anybody.
thinking about like a sensory deprivation chamber. Oh, you just
The
really
opposite of
let us
that.
go now.
what was that?
I was making a joke that you just need to go into a sensory deprivation chamber for a few
Yeah.
hours.
Well, so
So,
Ode, if we, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, it's fine. Do you think maybe this is tied to the fact that the that little like handsy guy was, you know, like getting real up in like your soul and like fucking with things? Like maybe he stole your shadow magic?
That sounds like the leading theory, actually, Byron. I would imagine.
If that's
I
the
think it's
case,
either
I mean,
that or it's the fact that I killed my shadow. But I was able to shadow jump even after I killed her. So,
And the second one.
And the second one, and then not after. I was only like barely conscious, but he was definitely like pulling what looked to be globs of darkness out of me. So
And I think we gotta keep in mind, fuck me.
okay,
Zeka beat the
I'd
shit
love
out of his shadow, and he's still got the same amount of shadow powers. So I don't think that had anything to do with it, killing your shadow.
Yeah,
Okay.
no,
You know, I
figure-
was
don't think so
noticing
either.
that
All for history
every
on Shadow Power lore.
You guys also do note Zeka's shadow is right behind him.
Oh my god!
Or in
You
front
know,
of him.
I was starting to notice that occasionally I thought my hand was in one place when I was in the darkness, but then I would look and it was in another place. And now I don't see that anymore.
what?
What?
Zeka, did you eat very old food again? I told you
I
not to
don't
eat
know,
any
man.
mushrooms that were growing on your bread.
I was like sitting over there with a concussion. I'm pretty sure I didn't even fight my own shadow. It was probably I just like a rock hit me or something.
My hands are broken.
Well,
My hands are. There's some like old bread next to my head. I don't know how that got there.
yeah, I think we can have me talk with the monks. Morak looks like shit, so we probably all need to rest. Zeka's hands look like shit. But thank you for taking a look at me, Zeka.
Oh yeah, no problem. Anything for you, Ode. And Mr. Morak, I can also give you some healing if you need.
Oh yeah, Morag hasn't been there for most of the conversation. You see him walk out of the armory, and his like he looks like shit. He looks like
Oh Jesus.
If Max for him is like if 92 is like at his best, he's at a 7.
Okay, here, everyone gather together.
And his eyes are all like red and stuff, and you're like, oh wow, but he doesn't have the axe anymore, and you don't know if he was crying. You're putting that away.
Morak, you can be. Like, are you okay? It looks like you've been crying.
No, I'm very badly injured.
Do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Do you want to
Do
talk
you
about it?
remember how cool it was when I got real big and I had the big axe? I think I threw out my shoulder. Do not tell my mother. Oh.
Byron just grab his shoulder. Put it back in.
No, it's the other shoulder.
He just breaks his shoulder.
Oh, why'd you use the Wolfforge hand to do that? Oh, God. Oh.
Well, I figured if I use a little bit of the pulse from the magic core, it'll like really pop it back in really nicely.
Oh, why would you ever think that's how that works? It's just a beam of death.
Byron, you're not doing it right. You have to give him a piece of bread first.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're right. Here,
No.
you said it was the other shoulder, right?
If you're gonna put a shoulder back in, you gotta do it like this. And Sonny will like, smack him on the shoulder.
His arm slowly pops off.
Also, Morak, definitely don't eat that bread. It's hella moldy.
Yeah, I think I can't. Like,
No, I didn't make
Actually-
the bread. It just like fell on my head.
The penicillin from the mold will actually cure you and help you in this case.
Here,
That's
I need
all
you to
pure.
bite
Oh,
down.
but she hates penicillin. Oh,
I
but
need you
she's
to bite down on this wooden spoon, and here, and he'll just kick his knee sideways.
Oh, you can get your shadow magic back with a safe and effective vaccine. I need other people to try it first, actually.
Is it human testing if it's on a tabaxi?
I think we're a
No,
humanoid. I just referred to Ode and myself as we're a humanoid.
Yeah, I don't know if you're humanoid, but it's real humanoid when there's something there. I'm not going to pursue it though.
I like that one. That was a good one, bud.
But I didn't want to call Mary humanoid. So
Oh, well, thank you.
yeah.
Oh, I was trying to demean him by being like, "Oh, good joke, bud."
Good.
It's just
Wow,
Eric
that was
is
really
already at his
funny,
lowest
man.
point. He can't be demeaned.
It came out as just supportive, Will.
Oh, wow.
The the like peak of satire is completely indistinguishable from a genuinely held belief. So it's your
That's honestly true.
I'm back.
okay. So
He's
we
back.
killed Morak trying to fix his various ailments.
Makes sense.
Turns out chiropractic is not something to be practiced without a license.
Chiropractic.
Not to be chiropracticed.
Guys, let's be chiropractic right now.
Oh God.
We got to be chiropragmatic.
But yes,
Man, my favorite actor is Chris Cairo Pratt.
anyone else gonna do it? All right.
I thought mine was pretty funny.
Do you guys, Morak, you put the chieftain's axe back in the armory? You sure?
Look at this
How long-
cool new axe I found. It was just sitting right over there.
How long was the conversation with Ode in game?
20 minutes.
No, I keep it with me then. I go back in and I get it, and I use it as a walking stick, and that's my justification for keeping it with me.
Okay. Yeah, you guys begin to, unless you have
Wait,
anything else.
hold on. As a point of note, is there anything else that we could take from this place? Is it assumed that we've taken everything, or like
No.
You're wanting to
No.
grave rob?
I will say, no, there is certainly more swag, but I promise you, Morak would not be cool with it.
Oh, he gets the grave rob.
No, I'm only
Well,
taking this so I can use it as a crutch.
Mark, you were just talking about how you enjoyed how it made
No,
you
it's
big.
fine. I could do it. Like this is like since this is like my people's grave, and like I think I'm technically related to this guy somehow.
He is your.
He knows exactly how.
I know exactly how. I just don't want to get into it. There's.
Oh,
like,
cool. Then you grave
know
rob
how
this.
all families are. It's embarrassing to talk about.
We're a chosen family, so we're related to you.
That's true.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, I don't want to
then-
talk about how he is related to me. Or
Can you
how
grave
his
rob
wife is related
these
to me.
graves then?
What?
Can you grave guard the rest of these graves then?
If you think about it as
No, you have to
inheritance,
stop eating
it's a bit
bread
of
while
a.
you talk, Seka. I can't understand you.
Sorry, if it's cool if you grave rob that one, then can you grave rob all the other ones too?
No,
While you're at it.
Frame of reference for those unaware. This would be like breaking into
Like Lincoln's.
Yeah,
tomb.
like it's like breaking into Lincoln's tomb and then saying, "I'm gonna take this cool stovetop hat." I don't know how well received it would be. Frankly, Morak is pushing it, but he at
there's-
least has the thing of being Lincoln's nephew in this.
I
novel.
feel like there's a key like ingredient that you're missing in which we break into Lincoln's tomb, kick the shit out of zombie Lincoln, and then like a bunch of loot falls out of him when we kill him.
No, because this was before. This was in the room before.
I feel like the zombification is if you have to defeat him.
Listen, you can make the pitch if you want, but you have to go through it.
Right of conquest, orcs. I'm gonna have to put myself on mute and practice my voice for a little bit here in a second. But as Sunny, all I'm saying is, if we defeated them in combat, right? I feel like that would be respected amongst the orcs.
I think based on the legends told about Chieftain Tuskbane, like that was seemingly a shadow of his former self that we defeated.
We still beat him. Doesn't that mean we get to take the stuff?
Sonny, I love you. I love you. You're one of my best friends. Your previous profession that we don't need to get into right now means that I don't think you get to have any of this.
But Zeka?
Zeka didn't even come to the fight.
Well,
What do you mean? I'm here right now.
I don't know.
We're all just fighting to live, brother.
Okay, I don't need anything. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, we have to go get the money that the team said she'd pay us for guarding the chieftain, the now chieftain anyway.
How's
Yeah,
Mr.
it's-
Slimefoot?
I'm so glad we're all worried about money right now as his leg is like
Saying, I have a shadow, Morak. You're one to fucking.
Yeah, oh no. I can heal your leg if you want. I can't bring back Ode Shadow.
Yeah, think about that.
Can you please
I
go on
think-
leg real quick?
Yeah, that's all you had to fucking say, Morak, is please.
Please.
And he'll touch him and give him a cure once.
Oh, thank you.
Come on.
Yeah, it's good.
I
Oh,
level 2.
Leave the door open.
Is David back?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they, was,
sorry.
they never left.
Oh.
Ode? Me?
Oh. Hello. Oh, it's me, Zeka.
Hi, Zeka.
There you
I was thinking about it, and if you go and you talk to your clan, and if they can't offer any solution, just come and talk to me, and I'll do a little divination with my god and see if we can get you fixed up.
Well, if we
Maybe we could just like keep going as a group because I kind of am like I don't want to talk about it too much, but pretty stressed out by this, and I like you guys being around me for emotion.
Yeah. No, I am codependent on you, Ode. I need to be around you, so you couldn't get rid of me if you
Don't
wanted
be
to.
silly. You're codependent on Sunny.
What'd you say?
There's a lot of codependency.
Oh, I'm codependent on every single one of you. The thought of not being around you fills me with void. I can't feel anything because I can't literally imagine it.
You're still punching the wall.
Well, we're here for you, which I don't think
We should definitely
I was
talk about
coming
that
here-
later.
I was coming here to comfort you, Ode. You don't need to comfort me, but I appreciate it.
No. Well, I say we should get out of here.
agreed.
I agree.
Can you refresh my memory real quick though? The guy that stole Ode's shadow, what happened to him? Did we?
We killed him.
You guys collectively killed the shit out of him. I think it was Kezia and Byron specifically kind of ran up, but
Okay.
I can't. I'm not 100% sure who.
Maybe we should check his pockets before we go, just in case.
We
already
are minutes away from having left him.
You have left. It's gone. All right. I'm going. Also, it wouldn't work. I'll just tell you as God, so we can avoid seeing. It wouldn't work.
Just don't want to go
David,
through the
how
rest of your life, Ode, wondering if really the only thing you needed to do to get your shadow back was.
You remember you did
Check
check
his
his pockets. It wasn't fucking there.
David, how much further along did you think we would be by now?
I cannot begin to stress how much you guys are still at minute 1.
All right, I'm with Ode. Let's leave.
All right, let's go to the team first, so we can not focus on me for a minute.
Yeah, you guys backtrack your way out from the catacombs. It took a few hours for you guys to navigate and fully kind of explore as you were doing your investigation. You're able to get out a lot faster though, because you just kind of followed the trail of it does. You guys confirm it does work as an adhesive as you find your way out eventually. But at the front, rather than what you saw, which was a modest contingent of guards, you see a lot more of the royal guards at the very front of the catacombs. And in front of them, you see just a mob of people just kind of all surrounding it. By and large, orcish. But as you guys emerge out and kind of poke your head forth, you hear, there they are, they're the heroes who saved the High Chieftain. Oh my god, is that Morak? What kind of shirt is he wearing? Oh, I love it. Whose fashion is that? Oh my god, is that... the human they have coming with them? Wow, he looks all right. Huh? And you just hear you hear a clamor of different things. Of like, oh, there's the dwarven woman. Has anyone gotten their name yet? No. One of us should probably do that at some point. And is that the Shadow Monk? I wonder what she was doing. Oh, shadows with the Cult of Shadows. Oh my God, what do you think? Is she a prisoner? You hear just the rumor mill going in overdrive as you guys exit out from the catacombs. With the guards, as they kind of turn to you, you see as a team with them, they're kind of keeping them at bay as you basically are having to be escorted out paparazzi style, as they basically like form a little group around you and are like kind of like any celebrity trying to move through a crowd of like, all right, come with us, Prince, come on, all right, everyone, move, as you just hear the crowd clamoring around you. Make perception check, any two of you.
I'll do it.
I got you.
You know, Byron, it was nice that I was the only one specifically who didn't have a rumor spread about me whatsoever.
You in fact you hear, oh, that one right there, that's Artuk. You can tell because of the goat legs. And that one's Zeka. You can tell because of all the nature stuff around him.
24.
You ass.
It happens. Morak, you are
Still beat up.
You are beat up. You are the son of a branch house of the Tuskmanes, effectively. You are not used to, there's a certain reverence for anyone who's part of the family, but you are not used to crowds gathering around you, much less shouting, that's Morak, and you hear a few people saying, I wonder if I can get a signature, I wonder if I can get a shield. No, don't do that. That's his shield, he needs that. What, it has glass on the front, how effective can it be? You hear a lot of this going forward, which puts a thought in your mind of how has it worked. Artuk, though, as you hear it, you hear just kind of different bits of people talking. And the general mood of the crowd is, while they're surrounding you, it's not as though they're a hostile crowd. It is paparazzi and celebrities. In fact, you hear specifically, as you guys are kind of being pushed forward by the royal guards. 1 second. I need to find the right page in my notes, make sure I got it right. Quilltooth, Catharsis Times, tell us, can you tell me anything about the attack? And it fades into the background. Reggie, Fancyland's Quarterly, tell me, who is your seamstress? Damn it, get back here and answer my question! That all comes from Reggie.
Do any of us answer their questions?
Do you? That was exactly what I was building to. You guys are being urged forward like celebrities with bodyguards who are just trying to get them to their event. But what do you guys do as you're being ushered forward by these guards? The team is taking a point and basically acting as the vanguard to kind of keep people as like, make way, people, make way. But yeah.
Morak would go forward to the team and just be like, we need to see some medics, and I'm injured, but like surface level, not emotionally. Ode's gonna need some help.
Well, I'll have some of our clerics and paladins meet at the palace. The High Chieftain, Father, and a number of people are waiting for us there, so we'll head there first. But looks over. You're still at 7, right?
I'm now at 16.
Hold on. I need to look at one thing.
More than doubled your HP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like a 2nd level fighter at this point.
We were referencing earlier that I'm running a game for Nico and Rose, and then their partners, and so it's Out of the Abyss. So it's starting at level 1 because they're noobs, and so they had I think 10 hit points, and so when I hit someone for like 6 hit points, it was like, oh my god, that's half my health.
Currently, I'm at the health where I can take 1/3 of a punch from Mode.
a slight tangent. I'm playing a Shadow Dark. I'm playing in a Shadow Dark campaign, and as a rogue, you have 1d4 hit points. Because of my constitution, I have 1 + 1 hit points from con, and then I rolled a 1, so I've got 2 hit points in that campaign.
Oh my god.
AD&D.
It's Shadow Dark. It's adjacent, different system, but
That's
it's like-
crazy.
so
You
Um,
have 2 hit points.
it's
Yeah.
funny as hell. Never mind. We are never allowed to make jokes about how frail anyone is ever again. But it is fitting that it's the rogue that's on the verge of death. Let's just say that.
Yes.
But Zatine puts her hand on you, and you do feel a surge of energy, Mora, as you feel Grumpsh's light enter you, as you feel yourself regain 25 hit points from her lay on hands.
God damn.
Um,
5th level paladin.
you're 36.
You're hurting. Let's not get away from that. But you're not dying. But yeah, I can't remember who asked, but yeah, if you guys want to answer any questions or stuff, you see this crowd basically like giving you the way, but like clearly like you hear Morak, I love you! Morak, you're gonna be such a good prince! Morak! What shield is that? What are you doing with that?
Sign my baby.
Sign it, her baby, for the love of God!
Sign the baby.
But
sign
you
the
also
baby.
do hear, as I said, a few people trying to ask questions who are clearly journalists. You see in the background, this will come up again later if you guys don't explore this now, but you do see just different voices. You see a contingent of goblins saying, Prince Dustman, if we could just have a second of your time, just a second of your time. And you hear on the other side just different looks like blacksmiths and businesses of, please, the Prince Dustman, if you or any of your contingent are interested in some sponsorship opportunities, and you guys continue forward. Just constant.
Yeah, Byron's gonna turn to Artok and go, I feel like we could answer some of these questions and probably would be a good idea, but I'm absolutely not the person to answer them, given that I am the token human, as they so kindly put it.
I am wildly overwhelmed with all of this. I don't think that I can make words come out, much less answers.
Why are they traveling with a child? Was he a part of the adventure? Ooh, maybe he's an intern.
Why are his hands broken?
Will someone heal the child?
No, I feel.
Actually, that's a good point. We're hearing a lot of faceless praise coming at you, so do it that way, you will. I feel like you're the one who might have a unique response to it as well. But yes, no, Zeka. Byron has had his response. Zeka's getting mindless praise from hundreds of people surrounding him.
Oh, he's fucking loving it. He's like blowing kisses to the crowd. He's waving.
It's just so nice that they're willing to take a child into their group. A little problematic if you think about it too much, though.
It's his make-a-wish.
He's like crying. He's so happy. He's getting validated from so many angles.
Sonny, come here. I can't really answer the questions, but like you should definitely, so that maybe we can get like a little bit of a discount, mention our tailor. I forgot his name. The amazing guy.
I will let you roll.
I wasn't here for the Taylor episode. but I listened to the recap on belligerent subversion, and I caught that clip, but I wasn't here for it. That's why I'm still wearing this poncho.
It was Gromo.
Oh God, everyone!
Yeah.
Mention Gromo.
Sonny kind of like stands up and turns around to address the crowd. Like Sonny's like still short, so like but holds her hands up.
The goblins are very attentive to it because you're
no comment. He keeps walking.
I'll just cross out that check mark I had a second ago. Never mind.
You gotta leave him wanting more.
I feel like we're leaving them wanting literally everything.
We did not kidnap this child. He's here
they're gonna think we kidnapped this child
of his own volition.
Make a persuasion check. Ode and Morak, are you guys doing anything as the crowd is kind of around you?
19, baby.
I don't know. I feel like Ode would regularly be
Gotta
like,
get out ahead
"Yes,
of those
love
rumors.
answering press questions," but probably not based on her mood right now.
I feel like Morak is more concerned with getting home. I know he's been healed, but he's more like since the team said like Sharn and his parents and a bunch of other higher ups are like waiting for him. He's more on that. He's a man of action. He doesn't really. And also, he might be a little bit nervous because everyone's saying he's cute and handsome and stuff.
You do distinctly get a few. Ah, he's so fetching. Look at his gray skin and his tusks. Ah, it's weird. It's a little weird because you get that.
It's like all the people his mother's age because no one our age says fetching.
You get it's a orc that looks shockingly like me. You didn't love it. You felt exactly as Eric felt.
I think Ode is saying to anyone who like asks her a direct question, like, you'll get all the answers you need. You just need to give us some time. Check in with the Tuskbane publicist. Gromo.
They're not supposed to know we have a publicist.
Gromo designed all their outfits, and then she's just kind of giving that as a generic answer, like, you'll get all your answers.
You're all invited to the official press release, which will be established at a later time after the debrief.
Well, unless you guys say anything further.
Except for the goblins who get a special, unique interview exclusive. Look at those little guys. How could you say no?
Griswold Pinkerton here, sir. You and I are going to do great business together. They fade into the background.
Did that goblin just call me a sir?
Look at that.
Sir, but with yes, they're nice.
I like Sans.
I don't know how I feel.
Sonus.
Oh, Sunny 2 is Sonus.
Wait, what?
The
Sunny
2 is an
2
S.
is Sonus.
Oh. I should have thought of that before I introduced myself.
Save that for David for later. But yes, you guys are able to continue through the city. The crowd honestly stays a lot like this as you move through, right up until the point you kind of reach the high walls and take the elevator. At that point, it seems like none of this kind of gathered crowd has been allowed into like the palace grounds itself. But you guys are continually escorted by guards with the team and with everyone through to the palace. And all of you finally enter the palace proper.
Smaller than I imagined.
Morak, you've been here a few times. It's never often, but it's very much a thing of, here the royal decree of the High Chieftain. Here are some certain events, certain family events, and things of that nature. But it's by no means a party. You don't just go here because it's a place of, as much as it's a place of regality, it's also a place of administration. But you are all invited in, and it is a mighty, mighty citadel that you all see. Morak, make an intelligence check. Okay. As you all enter, though, you move forward, and you are brought into the throne room. I don't know why his token isn't on here. One moment. I'll actually just bring up the handouts of everyone who is present. One moment. Portrait.
While we walk, Byron will kind of approach the team and say, "Oi, thank you so much for helping us get through all that. I really appreciate the help. It's good to see you again."
Yeah, of course. You share a knowing glance. Mark, do you notice it? Mark, roll insight.
It's not wise. Oh, but he knows. He knows when fuckery is about to happen.
You know.
I know.
Let me just finish pulling this up. Okay. Like, where's your mother?
Mom,
Mom, I'm scared. Pick me up, pick me up. Fuck, where are all of them? So many fucking
Darting for
NPCs. I regret making this many NPCs. I'm gonna kill them all.
What?
Yep.
I mean, you had the opportunity.
I tried. There's someone I'm missing. Once I think of them, just so we can keep moving.
My dad?
forward.
We didn't
Isn't he
save.
there?
We didn't save him for political reasons.
Oh.
We the people in the parade to make David's life more difficult.
There's the team. All right, I think that's everyone. There are a number of minor advisors as well, but they can just be faceless background characters because we don't need all of them there. But you are all brought forth into the throne room, where you see sat upon a massive iron brass ornamented throne. You see the High Chieftain sitting there, speaking with the rest of Morak's family, numerous advisors. Morak, you do not see General Komori anywhere. You don't know where, you don't know why, but he does not seem to be present. But you are all brought forth as you are, you see for a second your mother, oh my baby, but and then just kind of withdraws as the chieftain stands up and looks upon all of you.
I really hope he didn't.
Will slowly kneel and then, like, smack whoever's next to him. David, tell me who's next to him. I'm gonna smack him. Who?
Artuk.
I smack Artuk, like in the belly, being like, "Fucking kneel."
Artuk kneels as soon as you do. I've got no idea what's happening. Like with all of this culture, I am just mimicking you in every instance right now.
I really hope he didn't mind my impersonation. I mean, Byron O'Neill.
Morak, you have returned to us. Tell me, what has happened? What have you all been doing for the last few hours? How fares your hunt?
Essentially, the Shargaas cultists were operating through a portal in the catacombs, in the Underdark, plotting to take us out. We defeated their leader, and yeah.
And they are defeated. You're certain of it? There were no survivors?
Out of everything that we could see, unless there's small organizations still, we definitely destroyed we killed the head of the beast.
Kind of sits back on his throne. Then you have done exceptionally well. All of you may rise. Let us speak more frankly. And he gets off his throne and kind of gestures and has just has some food brought in. I want to understand precisely what happened. You don't actually have to go through it. You can recap for him just narratively. I want to understand precisely what happened from the moment the attack began to the moment you came back here right now. Splash code.
And I basically pull out my phone and I show him the videos.
Oh, cool. Why is it? Damn it. It's only in 10
My liege.
Why did they upload in 4K?
If you go to Belligerent Subversion on YouTube, there will be some succinct recaps of the best moments that should explain everything.
It seems as though they were lacking a recap for the last one, which detailed your climactic battle. It seems as though they may have gotten busy and didn't actually end up making one. Strange tidings.
Sorry, I'm just envisioning someone listening to this, and I listened to a bunch of people playing like the first couple sessions of Out of the Abyss that were uploaded to online, and at a certain point, I was super creepily like whenever it was like a group of boys and they would talk about like OSU's football coach, I would be like, are they from Ohio? Or the one of them would be like, mention having a kid, and I'm like, oh, what is the age range?
Oh no, we're being profiled.
So I'm like, oh, it's like the DM started grad school, and I'm like, there's another tidbit for the audience.
It helps flesh us out as real people, so the audience can connect to the players. And no, but if you guys go through, is there anything you guys can all take part in? Yes, Mary.
I would like reiterate, like makes it very clear that like the cultists themselves took an interest in the shadow. In the Cerulean Eye, like her shadow practices, but like distinguished themselves as not connected to the Cerulean Eye, and it's something that Ode has never heard of as being part of the Cerulean Eye.
As you mentioned that, he turns to an attendant and it kind of gives a faint whisper and says, "We'll have one of your order join us here in the near future then to discuss that matter further then. But thank you." And
great, that saves us a scene of having to travel back to the Cerulean Eye, so that's perfect.
I'm all about efficient storytelling, but that's why we gave 40 minutes for you guys to discuss leaving the crypt.
It's really hard to get out of the Underdark, okay?
It was a ladder, as you noted extensively. And that small one isn't talking either, so we need to have a just frank discussion about her level of respect. But
in her culture, she shows deference by being very quiet.
Her jaw's broken also.
Christ, it's in count pieces. It's uncanny.
Morak would try to recall every possible detail to his best ability, and omit that the axe is currently on his back.
Make a stealth check.
You just see Skarn just lean over and try to look at it.
Stealth check for me, Morak. As you go in,
baby, the billowing cloak, since it's billowing all the time, isn't really hiding it, since wherever he walks, it's flapping around.
You see there's like a little bit of blood on it dripping, but with the cloak in a dramatic way, like a victorious hero. And it's just like, it's drawing more attention to it, rather than if you just not worn the cloak at all.
Morak's very concerned because he fought a shadow monster with it. I didn't think those things bled. Is that his own blood?
Yes.
Probably.
Morak suffers a fucking aneurysm because he's trying to apply reality to a goddamn shadow monk or shadow monster.
That's what you get when you carry an axe with like no cover on it on your back. Like
the axe bleeds.
It's real sharp.
Just keeps getting hit in the back. Get it under his arm, and he just gets cut his armpit off.
So, you tell me that this cult corrupted the corpse of my own brother. You see him like white knuckling pretty hard, and attempted to use him against our family. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd go so far as to say he succeeded in using him against the family, given that Morak and him had to fight each other.
Yes.
He turns. I want every one of them. He starts out talking to attendant. Leave no stone unturned. Drag them before me, and we will personally punish them. Now then. And his eyes zero in on Morak. Would you be so kind as to explain, young princeling, what is on your back?
Well,
It's just a cloak.
Yeah, so
Stands
this is
up and starts walking towards you.
okay. Yeah, so we needed to. The only way to enter the Underdark was to use this axe. And Shargaas's owed. Well, who has the?
She pulls out the dagger. She's like, we had to reenact.
No, I thought it
the
was
scene."
it wasn't a dagger. It was the torch.
That was a dagger. I would have had it right.
Oh, it was a dagger and a torch. I pull out both.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I had to pretend to like stab him in the eye.
And I had to. Essentially, it was the way to open up the portal. So, and then I used it to defeat the abomination that the cultists created.
The cultists created the abomination very horribly. I don't know if we've mentioned specifically out of the corpse of the chieftain. We mentioned that.
Yes.
Yes. And so it was used to put his soul back into rest.
And I
He
brought
holds
it,
his hands out.
and I brought it with me so that you could have it.
He takes it. Mark, you notice like there's a drop. Like for you're holding it and you're wielding it. Like you got a little acclimate, but it's very heavy. Like there's a notable like he drops with it too. This axe united our people. He puts it in front of him and helped maintain our family's safety for years. For decades now, it has not left his crypt. It has not re-entered this home. Except now, when you choose to carry it, when you choose to do battle against its original owner, a corrupted form though it is. Is that correct? Am I understanding your actions correctly?
You are.
He looks over it, just kind of begins to appreciate it for a while. This axe belongs at the heart of the Tuscanes. And he places it next to the throne. And it will be returned to a rightful place in time. For now, thank you for releasing my brother, your chieftain, from us. The rest of you all, thank you for aiding my nephew, for aiding the prince. He looks at the axe again. I cannot begin to overstate the service you have provided to Catharis, to the Tuscanes as a whole. Sunny, oh wait, Sunny's muted. I'll come back to that. You all are worthy of the highest honors and praise. Sunny, you're having the chieftain directly. What's going on through your mind right now? Is he saying you are the truest servants of the Tuscanes?
Sunny's a little bit definitely out of Sunny's element with the whole all the fame that they are now at the heart of. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I think Sunny is very it's very awkward being here right now. So Sunny's not really doing anything to stand out. But definitely I don't know, a little bit conflicted perhaps. It's not necessarily conflicted, but unsure of how to feel. Never imagined arriving in this scenario. Yes. Completely caught off guard.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, fine.
Sharon does not know that he is a former Warforged, but Gorsh and Somtu do know.
Gorsh and Somtu do, and Doddingsworth elected not to communicate that to Sharn Tuskbane. Correct.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
all. He actually addresses. I imagine Morak stepped a little bit away, and he kind of like puts his hand on your shoulder and kind of pushes you just gently to the side. Not like a get out of my fucking way, more of a just like, and addresses the one.
And walking down the table.
Yeah. All of you. You are loyal servants to the Tuskbanes, or at least to my nephew. You have provided more than exemplary service. You served to save my life during this attack, and did save, gestures to Morak's father, my own cousin. Trying to remember family lines. Saved my cousin, among many others.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
Cousin-in-law, technically. He's related to his mom.
He would still say cousin, but you are correct.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
thank you for reminding me. It's hard to keep track.
Yeah. Tuskbanes are like, what? Doesn't matter. Mom.
He still says, you saved my cousin.
Oh my god. Does that mean that Morak has to take Naj's name?
Oh, thanks for spoiling it. No.
I like to think Ode realizes it in that moment and says it under her breath.
I lean over and I whisper, "Oh my god, Morak Flamelash sounds so good."
You might hyphenate it. We don't know yet.
Oh, it's really good too.
Yeah.
But your kids, they'd have to spell it. What a burden.
They just don't have a middle name.
What if they have to fill out their name on like a checkbox form and they have to fill in the bubbles and it's going to be so long?
That would be 18 letters on the bubbles.
That would so be worth losing your own personal identity to worry about this future problem that your kids might have.
The thing is that it's kind of a non-starter for Nats.
When the flame lashes arrive, we can renegotiate the contract as it pertains to Morak's last name. But for now, you all have mine and our city's appreciation. You protected myself. You protected my kin. You slew our enemies, and you continued. You continued the hunt. Fucking hold on.
Punch the fuck out of our enemies.
Rose is
Go ahead.
losing her shit.
They
in the
were
other
dead
room.
and you kept punching our enemies. That's the orcish way.
You continued the hunt, and you uncovered a corruption that no one in our city knew about my own brother, and you freed him of that. I understand there was a reward offered for your initial protection of us.
Oh
But
yeah,
that-
we know exactly how much that was.
It was 2,000 gold to be specific. However, that is far insufficient for what you have all done. For the 5 of you, you notice he excludes Morak.
Kind of makes sense.
He brings out a chest. 10,000 gold to begin with, as a
Ooh.
token of our appreciation. Further, word has already spread among the city, and you all have a carte blanche to speak in our voice as you see fit. I will say you cannot extort our city for that, though you are all heroes in this city already. I'm certain that those within it will be amenable. We've already, in fact, received couriers in just the last few hours asking for discussions with you, and I've asked your servant, Doddingsworth, to filter through some of the less circumspect ones.
Thank you very graciously, Chieftain Tuskbane.
Thank you all. You have provided an immeasurable service. As of now, the threat seems to have passed, though I will ask that you all stay vigilant, and we may be in contact should anything else arise. And further, I ask that you all join in this celebration of a union between Morak and the Flame Lashes when the time comes. You all, I ask, as they arrive, will attend these as guests of honor, not simply as Morak's entourage, but as heroes to Cathartis who deserve a hero's welcome. Is Eric almost back?
His
I'm here.
sister called, so he might be a minute because she's watching our dog for the week, so she might have had some like logistics questions.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. There's one thing I need to do, but I can keep this going. For now, however, you will want for nothing while you are within this city. And I will ensure all I ask is that you all remain until the conclusion of the wedding. At which point, you are all free to stay or leave as you see fit. And should you have business in other cities or anywhere else, we will provide as much resources to aid you in that as possible. Yes, Miss Ode?
Yes. Thank you again. We had a discussion just previously about potentially the Tuskbane Kingdom's interest in this alien force. Would you like us to circle back with you after the wedding about that?
I've already dispatched. I have not. General Komori has already dispatched ships and has, after your notice, into that region. Though he has not informed me of any results yet, he tends to keep things close to the chest until such time as results are measurable. I would advise, and you all have, given your expertise in the field, you all have my blessing to speak with him on this matter as you see fit. Though I ask that you not spread information around the city so as not to incite a panic.
Where is General Komori?
Make an insight check.
Ooh.
He's like, fuck, that's a good question.
10.
You actually no. I need to roll for this because I don't know how. He's not necessarily the best liar. He's very direct. Fuck! God damn it! Ode, you see as you kind of broach the subject, a flash of like furrowing the brow of like, yeah, that's great to know, isn't it? As he then responds after a very short pause, he is currently attending to some business within the city. Though once he returns, I can have him notified.
Yes, I think it would be valuable for us to speak with him.
Of course. Then, yes, I will have. A second, I need to look through my notes, make sure I covered everything.
Yeah.
Upwards. Yes. As Mark has stepped away to speak with the team for a moment, it would seem I can elucidate a few details for you as well. The Flame Lashes are expected to arrive within several days. As I said before, the time is yours, though during the initial banquet, your presence is requested and looked forward to. The wedding itself will take place 2 weeks from tomorrow on Grumptionous, as a final celebration to honor our new alliance. And once again, this will be a smaller ceremony, but you are all, of course, invited to it, as well as the pre-wedding events.
Oh yeah, Ode leans over to the group. Orcish rehearsal dinners are no joke. They're real fun.
How much does Ode know about Orchid rehearsal dinners?
I think the canon is that she lived in Cathartis for 3 years before like her journey began.
Then yeah, no, you're dead to rights. They can get a little intense.
I'm looking for it.
What are you talking?
It's gonna be my first Grumptionous.
Oh, they're so exciting!
It is a time for celebration for all of us, particularly in these events. And I say once again to all of you, it would be much more impactful if Morak were here, but reality is such the case. You all are heroes to Cathartis, and you all have my appreciation and my confidence. if you need for anything, if you want for anything, simply have a message dispatched to me, and I will see how I may facilitate that for you.
We really do appreciate that. It's we aren't left wanting for too much this moment, but the times are about to get real spooky in the real near future. And sorry, Zach.
I was kind of wanting in this moment like a glass of water. Could you give me that?
Bring the boy some mead.
No. No, I'm sorry, my lord, but he does get a little. When he has a little bit of drink, he gets a little wild.
Excellent. He is 13. Yes, he is of combat age. He is certainly old enough to enjoy a glass of mead.
Finally someone gets it.
Oh boy.
You guys will remember orcs age a little faster, so their perception at times a little thrown off.
Well, regardless, thank you very much for your kindness and hospitality, my lord. And yes, thank you very much.
Of course.
David, if we have an opportunity here to talk like outside of the sphere of Chieftain Testbane, like I don't know if it would be back in Morak's family's house or what. I kind of want to talk with the group about like Sunny being a Warforged without worrying about like wandering ears.
Yeah, no, that after this immediately, I had one thing I wanted to do, but I can just shut that back in once Eric is back. But you guys are, after this, released back with Morak's family, back to there, where, as best you can tell, there are no prying ears or scrying eyes on you. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, but unless you guys have any further business with the chieftain himself, you guys are free to go with your 10,000 loot. One thing with that, I'm reserving 1,000 of that for Kezia so that she actually gets a payout. So she gets her cut, but everything else is free to distribute among yourselves as you see fit.
Okay.
But yeah, is there anything else you want to immediately ask of the chieftain, or do you want to just head back to kind of a moment of privacy?
I think that I would head
I
back.
don't think there's anything I need to ask him.
Okay. Then, yeah, you guys can head back. I'm going to go to the bathroom if you guys want to think about what you discussed as you are privately there. I'll be back.
I mean, so, like, forgot to spend this money to get ready for, the big fight against the Mind Flayers, right?
Yeah, I mean, I figure we're headed there probably not long after this. This is good for, getting us all prepped to go and do it. We should sort of spend it on 10,000 gold worth of shit to beat up aliens with.
Well, okay, here's the thing, though. Maybe we should invest some of it just, for after that battle. Maybe we should, put some of it in the stock market. It's kind of like, long-term investing.
Oh, the Orcish stock market sucks. We'd have to go to another city for sure.
Okay, let's tell David when he gets back that we're going to need to go to another city so that we can invest our money in foreign markets.
Is Will here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I was just letting you guys talk.
You were what?
Just letting you guys talk.
Oh, that's allowed.
Not allowed.
I try to interrupt everyone, so I think. Which I know I do. I think it's because I don't know you guys are done talking, so I am sorry I interrupt people.
It's inevitable with this format.
Yeah. Because like when you're in person, you can see like the body language of someone finishing.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yep.
So what's the plan again with the, like, what's our finishing plan for fighting the Mind Flayers?
About the blight the night before, and I was confused.
Yeah.
We're gonna stab him with the blight dagger. Something like
Yeah,
that?
the idea that we had was remember we went to see if we could fix Artuk's shit, and we met the Bloom Walker essentially along with the Blight Walker, like me being the Blight Walker. And when we talked to her, we're like, well, would they cancel out if we just put the Blight and the Bloom into somebody? And they told us back, or she told us back, basically like,
Oh yeah, it would be like
no,
a hell
that would just put them
torture
into
thing.
eternal torture, and they would live an undying life of ever-present misery to the point of being incapacitated, and no one deserves that. And then Sonny was a fucking genius in the moment. He's like, well, what if there was someone who deserved that? To which she was like, I can't imagine a person who would deserve that. And we're like, we can. There's this ever-present mind that's trying to destroy all worlds that kind of deserves that sort of shit. A life of torture would like half make up for the things they did. And so the idea was that we're going to go up to it, we're going to fight it down until it's too weak to get away from us, and then myself and Ashira would perform the ritual basically of transferring our respective curses onto it so that it was just fully incapacitated in an eternal torture for eternity. And that's our killer plan. That's our save the world plan.
So whatever we don't know too much about how that's going to happen, but we're definitely going to be going to, like, I don't know, we have to go find that, or like whenever it shows up. Like, there's not a lot we're going to be able to do. We're not going to be able to enact anything, like prepare for that at like this location, or like fortify Cathartis against that. I mean, maybe there's some stuff that they can do, but we're going to have to like go in somewhere and do that probably.
Yeah, it seems like sort of the long and short of it is that we're a team of like 7 people and we don't have an army, and they're going to have an army. And so the only thing that we can do to win this thing is to go to the head of the snake and cut it off with our one weapon that we have, which is a one-shot shotgun burst, basically, of Blight and Bloom.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're probably going to need new outfits.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is we
you
need,
guys
you
know
know,
a pretty good tailor.
Something color coordinated and themed, so they know that we're all kind of, you know, a team now. I'm thinking something pink.
could do like
They're like, and like Panther themed.
Yeah, I was saying like a fur print, like a Panther print.
Yeah, a Panther print and pink. We could be like the pink Panthers or something like that.
But I love it. We should do it. That I mean, we're in the city. We could get those. Whatever our final loadout looks like, let's launch in with the Pink Panthers.
I think it's a good plan. I think we should do it. David, Carson went to go get some food also.
Yes.
So we got so Byron's gonna be Jaegered by Pugsley and Bushka. Oh, nothing.
Or don't act like Pugsley and Bushka wouldn't be a good stand-in. All right.
I didn't even hear what was said. I just heard Carson and Bushka.
Oh no, they're just saying we're gonna Bushka and Weasley's gonna. He's called Pugsley, but Weasley are going to Jaeger.
I gotta say, Pugsley and Bushka would be a fucking fantastic folk duo.
That's so true.
I wouldn't trust anyone more than Bushka and Pugsley to whoever the fuck Pugsley is.
Okay, Pugsley is Wednesday's brother.
God, this light is awful.
David, we're back if you wanted to do the chieftain.
Yeah, sorry, my sister called me and she's watching Rocket. And I, for when we're on vacation, I was like, oh, I should probably tell her things.
No, you're good. This honestly fits in pretty well. So, Morak, as you're watching, and you were kind of, I imagine, Sorry. Sharn took kind of a point where he was just spending a lot of time appreciating and saying things under the party. So he formally invited them to the banquet with the flame lashes when they arrived, and to your wedding. He invited them to your wedding.
That's nice. I appreciate that.
But
With
yes,
the implication being that we were invited before.
No, he did. Morag knew that you guys weren't. He knew. He knew you were.
I'm pretty sure
Morag-
Ode was going to be working the wedding. She was like a caterer.
Morag, you can have a +1. It's weird you're not picking your wife to be, but fine, I guess.
Friend.
But no, Morak, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Ooh. Oh, also, Eric, General Komori, we discussed there was like dispatching ships in the area that we described had Illithid for like recon, I suppose. And then when he said like, oh, you should feel free to talk freely about this with General Komori, and Ode asked like, where is he? Sharn like gave like a frustrated look, like he didn't know where he was, but then kind of like passed it off as like, oh, he's around, he'll be back soon. So
Morak, with a 12 on your intelligence save, you are watching over, and there's a very much an element of pride. You're watching your friends, like, regardless of the fact that the chieftain took the axe, which to an extent could have been expected.
Yeah. Morag's gone from like beat up to nervous to embarrassed to okay, he thinks we did a good job, and he's not talking about the axe anymore.
Yeah. And like as you're going through, he is like lavishing your praises, the party's praises, offering like extensive everything that you would want for nothing because of the honor and the good job you did. So then there's an element where you find yourself almost zoning out for just a second as you kind of struggle to focus. You blink your eyes, and as you open them, you don't see the same sight. You see from a corner, looking at the party, you see yourself stood beside Sharn, watching the party for just half a second, like through another person's eyes, and you just get this sense of suspicion and frustration. And then kind of shake it loose, a blink, and then your eyes open back up, right as Sharn is beginning to kind of wind down his speech and basically releases the party to go back home with you to discuss things privately. In that moment, though,
Mhm.
you just felt this aura around you. Around the capital, around the citadel. And it felt very familiar to what you saw and felt the other day when you were sleepwalking and the team interrupted you. And that is all.
Morak, as the party is getting up from Din Din, he would go and try to like investigate, not like investigate, but try to like find wherever that was that he would have been standing at to like watch the party and watch everything. He would have gone there to try to see is like anything going on.
Make an investigation check.
Oh baby.
You find it after a little bit of time. It takes a little longer. It's almost like you're taking the scenic route, but you're able to disguise it pretty easily as you're in the palace again after being commended. You take a minute to walk around and kind of appreciate the history of this place. But you find it. Just a tucked away corner that just has a slightly obscured, but mostly unrestricted view of the throne room which you all found yourselves in. You don't find any trail, any indication of who was here, when, but you know that it was whoever it was, whatever you saw, was from this position within the palace itself. And it just seems to be a corner you'd have to get past security somehow, but otherwise, it just was a spot to watch.
Morag will take a mental note of this and go on with the party to go back to.
Okay.
Yeah.
You all head your ways back and find yourselves in the security of Morak's family home. Immediately, there's a flurry of like pats from like your father, basically saying, "Good job, son. You did well today." And then he heads off to bed. Your mother, being like, "Oh my goodness, aren't you just such a good little prince? You make me so proud. I am going to make sure tomorrow you have a wonderful breakfast. You have earned it, sweetie. Worth." And then she starts going to get him to do it. But you guys are left relatively alone.
So with us being given so many deserved accolades and being guests of honor at Morak's wedding, I feel like for Sunny's safety, your identity as a former Warforged is held close to the chest. But is there anything to like it being worse for you or the group if it comes out later? Like best to kind of deal with it now? Like if he's a guest of honor at the wedding and then like a year from now we're back and we're like, oh, I mean, I guess we could just hold it as like a permanent secret.
It's, I mean, get my voice right. It's not like it's obvious, is it? I mean, how would anyone find out?
I mean, as long as no one tells anybody, and I trust my father, Dottingsworth, and family, like they haven't brought it up yet, and now Sonny's well respected by Sean, so.
Right. I sort of feel like it's a moot point, you know? I mean, he's considered a hero of the city.
Yeah, what if you make like a great name for yourself and you want to be like in the news and talk about yourself, you know? Like you shouldn't have to hide for forever.
I mean, at this point, I don't think there's a risk of me turning back into a Warforged. And I mean, I guess I don't see how it would come back up again, unless, we wanted it to, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything we need to.
As long as you're not concerned about it, we won't make it. No. We won't make it a concern. I want you to feel like you can be yourself.
I mean, Sonny, like, how much do you remember from? Because when we first met you couldn't remember everything. Do you now remember everything from before you woke up from Zeka?
David, do I?
By and large, yeah. You don't have full memories, obviously. You were damaged, and the transition from Warforged to Dwarf didn't improve your memory. It didn't invent stuff to fill the gap. But you remember more. You remember, by and large, what you were. You remember certain bits of your history, but there's still gray areas that you, in all likelihood, moving to a dwarven body, probably won't ever fully remember, fully conceptualize again. But equally, you feel it's what you make of it.
I know that there was something called solitaire once. But what it was?
No spider solitaire for sure, but
that one I've got. The other one though, it eludes me. I mean, I feel like this is who I am now. I suppose until maybe I die and it happens again. Wouldn't that be wild? If like I got resurrected again and turned back into a Warforged.
That'd be pretty fucking wild.
I mean,
would be wild.
like, I'm assuming you at least remember most of everything since you woke up in the field with Zeka. So
Oh, yeah.
I feel like,
I'm like a steel trap. I remember it all.
so I feel like you're now a dwarf, but like your personality hasn't changed except your voice sometimes. And and I think you can just be your true self, whether that is with your normal voice or that accent you're putting on. And you, while in Cathartus or Orcish territory, you just hide the fact that you're a Warforged for everybody. Just for your own sake.
I like to think that I'm more than just what my body looks like. I'm me. I'm Sonny. And it doesn't matter if I'm made of iron and steel or made of flesh. And that doesn't define me that I was at one time. And maybe, yeah, I killed a lot of people. Sure. That's who hasn't?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that much while you're in.
Maybe I killed a lot of orcs back in the day.
You can bring it down a little bit.
maybe-
My parents were trying to sleep. They actively were in the war. Or don't bring
And
that
maybe
up.
I did do that. But
Yeah.
that's another time in my life.
Lots of Imperials, by the way, so it's like they don't bring that up.
So, and I don't hold it against him. So, I don't think it's particularly relevant to get out there and tell everyone that I am a Warforged, or was a Warforged. Is it being a Warforged my body? Was I a Warforged and now I'm simply a dwarf? Or is that something deeper inside of me? That's a question I'll have to reflect on for a while. But for today, I think I'm just Sonny. And Sonny will kind of turn around and walk off.
That's great.
I feel like that did not answer any of the questions, but you know, as long as Sonny is happy and confident in themselves and doesn't bring up the fact that they used to massacre people.
I just wanted Sunny to feel comfortable. So it seems like Sunny is living their best life.
As comfortable as they could be.
I've never felt more comfortable. You hear from around the corner.
Yeah, Sunny is notorious for listening around the corners of rooms. Throwback to session 2.
The camera pans around and you see Sonny sitting in a very luscious chair.
Sonny, you can just come back into the room.
No, I'm good out here in the chair in the hallway. I think
we can
it's good
carry the chair.
I love the way David has to make equipment for like me climbing up vertical walls of +1 to foot AC, +0 to other AC. Oh wait, foot AC. What is foot AC?
What? It's nothing. It's just a steel-toed boot.
Speed?
No, I mean, it's worthless. It's just a steel-toed boot. It doesn't do anything.
Steel-toed boots are not worthless.
No, you get +1 to sleight of hand checks.
Foot AC.
Why do you get +1 on steel-toed boots?
That chuckle.
Fucking cackle.
But yeah, this is now the point I was referring to of... actually, we'll get to that in just a little bit before you guys get there, but I have sent the shopping list of the items. If you guys want to peruse, there's a lot. Post that out. It's on Discord.
How are we going to distribute the gold, the reward? Very generous reward, I would say. Do we just split it evenly? Or
I think we split it evenly, and then if someone, maybe if we like want something that's outside of the 1,500 even split, like we could see if someone wants something that's less than the 1,500 even split type of thing.
Ooh,
That
I
sounds
really
great.
like that supports vindication ring. Ooh, me gusta mucho.
What
Sorry,
are
I
you
slipped in
talking
a little
about?
bit of
We're in my
half.
home right now. Don't take my parents' stuff.
I'm sorry.
David,
By the way, Maura, can we like have a quick chat a little bit later? Just us two.
Sure.
You know?
I thought
Just,
we
you
were
know-
trying to go to bed, but okay.
Just mono a mono. Just.
Yeah.
You know what? Since we're all here, I kind of wanted. You know what? I'll talk with the Cerulean Eye guy first, and then I'll circle back around to you.
Okay,
weren't
cool.
they getting this ruling eye guy to come to the
Yeah. I
castle?
feel like maybe they told him to come to the Testbane house after going to talking with Chieftain Sharn.
You know how the Cerulean High are. Like, they get sidetracked, stuck in a shadow.
No, we're really focused and efficient. See, I wouldn't have felt like I could have corrected you like that. Like earlier in a relationship.
That's true. That's true.
So that was a good thing.
Maybe they don't come whenever I ask them to come places. Well, for experiment type things. Like, I want to see how far they can jump shadow wise and things like that. I send them a lot of pigeon letters. No one ever shows up for me.
Oh, it's the pigeons that are inefficient.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Shadow monks kill pigeons on sight and burn their
Are you
bodies.
supposed to train
No,
those?
Yeah.
Oh, this makes
I like the way
sense.
I like the fact that the way the supports vindication is worded in the document there. Technically, it can also nerf spell casting with healing abilities. So if somebody casts like a full heal spell for 70 HP, it instead will heal for 1d8.
Right. I was like, what the fuck is this bad writing?
1 second, and let me make a quick correction.
You yourself heal. You heal yourself.
Oh, I see. I understand. Even when I thought that I interpreted right, I was also interpreting it wrong.
God, that's funny as hell. The idea of it's just like, yeah, any spell now only heals for a d8, but any healing spell, it gets upgraded.
So first level
Healing word.
is great.
Yeah, it's way better, but your high level heals are just nerfed hard now.
I'll correct that later. I don't know why this. Actually, I can just do this now.
What is that, a ring?
Yeah, what is it actually?
No, it's a
Will
vindication.
it clash with my outfit?
It's a choker.
Okay, no, it'll match with Byron. That's okay.
So is this really that guy coming by, David?
Yes. Sorry, that one fell by the wayside because I forgot about the other.
Is it Daz? Just make it Daz.
It is Daz.
Oh, I okay. Let's do that.
Yep, he shows up actually like an hour or two after you guys get back. Seems like he was getting interviewed pretty hard by the chieftain, and was then directed your way. As he shows up, as much as he looked before, he's wearing the traditional kind of purple-hued cerulean eye shadow monk robes.
Actually, the cerulean eye monk robes are blue.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. Sorry.
Yeah. It's just that Ode gets to wear her purple cloak because it's special, and they're supportive of individual identities.
Yeah. Well,
Then why do they have a unified color?
Well, to present a united front.
And this ode is why I liked you as a pupil. You understood what I was trying to get across, even if sometimes I didn't explain it necessarily the best way. God,
it's so good to see you. I know we just spoke recently at the Cerulean Eye Monastery, but so much has happened since then. Have you heard about our fight against the Cult of Shargaas?
Yes, I have. In fact, that was part of what the chieftain wished to discuss with, and I'm to understand that you were a part of that as well.
Yes. And okay, so since we came back, the lead cultist took an interest in me, in like fighting me, and then I was unconscious, and then he did some weird cult magic, I guess, on me, and now I can't cast shadow spells. And I'm sure that this has happened before, and you guys have dealt with the cultists before, and it's just not something that's covered in like initiation and the years of training I received, and that this happens all the time, and that you guys are able to restore shadow powers.
So, you say you aren't able to use your shadow abilities.
Yes.
One
I can
moment.
still use my other, let's just say I did this. I can still use my other monk stuff. I can I can like pure body, mind.
You can definitely punch the
I can.
shit out.
I can
of people
still. I can still flurry of blows. I was working on that potted plant over there.
So you still, Jesus Christ, it's obliterated. What
More
the
active.
hell?
She was
Like,
beating the
what
shit
hell
out of
happened?
Zekko's shadow.
Speaking of, she doesn't have one.
But so you still feel the key flow through your body, but the shadow step was not possible.
Yeah, I actually feel like really connected to my key. Like when Zeka, he's attuned with magic, was describing my key flow, like I could really visualize it. And he used like a great metaphor. It was, yeah, I feel connected to that for sure.
Use a great metaphor. We don't need to go into it.
A moment. And he kind of walks up beside you, and you see he kind of extends his hand and kind of hits a point just kind of at the small back of your shoulders. And then just kind of gets like jolted back like he touched a live wire. Like,
Ooh.
that was much more visceral for David than I expected it to be. The chair actually gave out. And I'm going to move my laptop before I crush it. That is most curious. You said it was the Cult of Shargaas, Shadow Worshippers?
Yes. And they were in like the catacombs of Cathartus. That was kind of their home base.
Who all's in the room with you at this point?
Everyone.
I figured we were all here.
Oh, would it be possible for us to step outside for a moment?
Yes.
He walks
I
outside.
guess I'll just clean up the pot.
I'll help you out there, Morak.
What?
What did you say?
Do you follow him out?
Yeah.
That might have been the most dismissive way to be like to joke your way out of you just broke someone's potted plant. It's like after he didn't smoke because he's sweeping up his parents' potted plant that you just kicked the shit out of.
It was part of the
Didn't want to
test.
say anything.
I have a home
'cause-
gym. There's a box.
It was an experiment.
It's a heavy bag in the home gym.
Well, keep it locked.
Fast.
Oh, here. He grabs a potted plant from a wall. Please show me your manipulation of kick the shit out of this potted plant. No,
Well, I want to know how does
I'll just-
Artuk feel about this?
I can attempt to stunning strike you if you want.
he opens himself up to it.
Yeah, and like just as a quick armpit
Like
jump.
2-inch punch.
Yeah.
Hold on, yeah. Yes, I think that could be good. Give me one. He's in the middle of him talking to
And then
Scully.
Ode looks at her watch and counts to 6, and then the conversation resumes.
Well, yes, you certainly. Going for the throat's a bit of a low blow, Ode.
Oh, sorry. I could see a lot of ki flowing right there.
It was. But yes, your key flow is certainly not disturbed. What I'll need to consult the books, but I do have an idea of what may happen. Our temple is founded in Cathartus, and our way of shadow developed within Cathartus many years ago. In the building we occupied, that was where we found many of our techniques, secrets, ways of incorporating and manipulating shadows. Our ability to step in the shadows, to conjure darkness so that we may infiltrate, to move through it. And with that, as we investigated further and dug deeper, we did learn a certain history of our building and of our techniques. Though, I want to clarify, we are not worshippers of shadows. Many of the techniques were learned from a time in which the Cult of Shargaas lived within those walls. As such, our abilities are at least tacitly tied to the practice of Shargaas.
It makes sense for how much of an interest they took in saying, like, I was stealing their god's powers and it was a gift from their god that I got to use them at all. That all kind of like ties in.
Many decades ago, there was a similar focus of this cult many years ago, predating the Tuskbane's dynasty's beginning. Okay, no, it's still there. It's like, okay, I'll just. But
It's boring now.
But many years ago, and we clashed with them. We were called interlopers within their sphere. We had, and as such, their reverence for the dark clashed with our technique, and we opposed them. What has likely happened is the cult has taken its gifts from you, has marked you as an enemy of Shargaas, and as such, the shadows are. He kind of looks at your lack of shadow. The shadows most likely are lost to you, blocked by whether it's a ritual or their god. It's uncertain, but in a sense, the gift of shadows is given by Shargaas, and it is taken away when you provoke their ire.
That's a lot to take in.
It doesn't come up much.
Well, my initial thought is that like the Shargash cultists seemed like pretty unambiguously bad dudes, which I really liked fighting just some like bad dudes. But I've always felt like this really nice monastery was so unique in that its goal, although not always like individually like benefiting whole societies, was good. Like it's a good goal to try to preserve these things. And so I don't feel like the shadows being granted from Shargash makes that like a bad thing, but I did kind of like it. I liked doing it.
Oh, do you think when you used the shadows, you did good?
Did I what?
Do good. Did you?
Yeah, I like protected my friends. I beat up some bad dudes.
Then I would not worry yourself with that aspect. You have done good. The shadows are a tool Shargaas affords, but is blind to, and you stood against him, so he took them away. I don't know that it will be possible to return the shadows to you, short of supplicating yourself to them. And I do not recommend that.
Yeah, oh yeah, they kept being like, oh, join our side, and I also didn't do that. So
First of all, gold star. Excellent work. Do not give in to that peer pressure.
I'll take that. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I think I'm kind of I think I'm sad that this is gone. Yeah.
It is difficult. It is a piece of you, whether it is a tool you used or not, but the shadows were a part of you. Don't hold it against yourself that you mourn their loss. They were a tool, and a tool you were uniquely suited to use, and a tool you used to put good into the world. But
now Shargash took my hammer away.
So I suggest you find a new hammer.
Huh. Okay.
Your tools are not entirely lost to you. As that dirty throat punch proved, you still have key to use. All your tools are not lost to you. You have your abilities, your feats, your allies, your history, your motivation to do good in the world. You must have jest, yes. But Ode, he looks around. Are you really gonna let some shit-heel evil cultist stop you from doing good in the world? Kind of drops the facade of like, oh, wizard, wise, sagely. I'm just like, you really gonna let him fuck around with you?
Yeah, that's giving me a lot to think about.
If you would like, I can speak to some further contexts around the continent within the Cerulean Eye. Our way is not the only way forward. Though it is a tool I prefer, I'm not so arrogant to believe we are the only way forward. And if you, with your blessing, I can reach out to some.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck reaching out to matron Shandy at the Way of Mercy monastery because she thought I was a total high school dropout. But you could try her. I mean, we do have a relationship. But probably maybe the Sun Soul people are really cool. They like shoot lasers out of their chest. So that
I'll
one's
put out
good
a few
too.
feelers. I'll see what I can drum up for you, Ode.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
But before anything else, regardless of whether you walk in the shadows, you are still a shadow monk within the city, and our library is not closed to you ever. You stood and acted valiantly in line with our values, and you will always have a place there.
Oh, I like that. I always figured the shadow monks, at least for this really and I were. I mean, obviously we had cool shadow abilities, but we're more like the method that we took was one of, trying to be less in the front and more like, I was never subtle, but like that's the goal. So yeah, it's like to try to get people to want to trust us with their secrets and then know when their secrets should be out in the world and when their secrets should be safe with us. And like that's the point. And I feel like I'll still carry that torch. Also, what the fuck do I do with this Shargaas torch? And she holds it out. Fuck this, right?
I'll find a place for it myself. Does it
Okay.
do? It's just pulls out a Bic lighter. Okay, so
it just lights through magical darkness, which is pretty boring.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense than they just have a blue lantern. That's strange.
Okay, well, I'll kind of check in with my friends because you give me a lot to think about.
I will contact you in several days once I have some people.
Yeah. Okay, so it goes back in the room and she's like, she just kind of debriefs the group that's what she and Daz Baote talked about.
I think as she walks back in, Morak and Sunny are like trying to piece back the crockery of the potted plant and like a jigsaw puzzle. I'm like, no, I think that piece goes over there on the other side. Turn it around.
Okay,
Move it backwards.
right. It's just I have to hold this here, so it's a little bit up.
I'm assuming we fail.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys don't have glue.
Yeah.
We could probably find some
Do none of
some
you
more
have mending?
No.
Oh no. I
Oh,
only have presto.
do you know how hard it is to learn a spell?
You know what? I could fucking do it earlier in the day, so yes.
I mean, Morak, my mother knew how to use the cantrip mending.
Whoa.
She
Well,
didn't
why
even
don't
have
you
any
give her a
formal
call and she
training.
can come help us put this fucking plant back together, eh?
Hey,
I would love to.
Byron, I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest.
Yes.
All moms know how to use mending.
Inspiration.
It was originally me thinking, like, I love the idea of him thinking, my mom's magical, she can fix anything.
That's really cute.
Oh
That's
no! I
so
put it
good.
like in her into the actual backstory that she taught herself a little bit of magic.
A little bit of
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah, but then magic broke, Byron.
No,
Byron,
she taught herself after the fact.
This is why this magic setting is.
Well, like maybe she would have been a powerful wizard if magic wasn't broken, but all she was able to do was teach herself mending.
Yeah, same. I went to school for 10 years.
Yeah, welcome to Byron's backstory of his parents were poor. They had a lot of things that they could have done, but they couldn't afford it.
I had money and it still took me forever.
But we move up.
Actually, the thing I was thinking about as I was describing this situation to you guys was Byron, you kind of like when you turned your back on your dusk dragon.
Yes,
the
we
Dusk Dragon.
haven't talked about it in a while.
You like lost your powers, right?
For a little bit, and then I, plowed through all the infinite universes and possibilities and decided to steal this body and all of its memories and powers.
So maybe you can use the orb thing too, and then you can get your shadow powers back.
Yeah, maybe there's
Maybe there's one that like joins Shargaas, and then you have like way more shadow powers.
Oh yeah.
Like maybe you're a level 12.
I mean, you can try, but it might also, put you on the radar even more of the Dusk Dragon. So, it's up to you. I'm trying, like, I figured out this new spell the other day, where all I need is about 300 gold worth of stuff, and I should be able to learn a lot more about the Dusk Dragon. I think I might try to use some of that shit. So maybe I can look into it, and I can see if you use it, if you become a warlock of the Dusk Dragon, which I don't recommend. He's kind of an asshole.
Okay, my thought there is that Dad has mentioned that there might be options for me to like reconnect with different abilities that different other monasteries have, like in this timeline, without depriving another ode of powers. But if there isn't, how about maybe you take a peek, just like a quick little peek-see, and if there is a version of Ode that became a worshipper of Shargaas, we can take away her powers. But otherwise, I kind of want the other Odes to like be thriving,
Yeah, but he also mentioned that you could become a warlock for the Dust. And remember how powerful Byron was when he had that?
You're a warlock for Dust Dragon?
I think so.
Am I?
You, Byron. Yes.
I was. I broke my pact whenever I told him to suck my dick.
Why did you say I could become a warlock for the Dusk Dragon?
I don't fucking know how it all works. It's chaos magic.
Yeah, but think about all the powers that Byron used to have on top of you being really good at punching still.
Circling back around to making me a target of the Dust Dragon, does that mean you're still a target of the Dust Dragon? Because like we haven't had to deal with those dust demons. Wait, you said most certainly.
Almost certainly.
Almost certainly.
I know a little while back, he tapped into my brain for a little bit while I was sleeping and kind of bullied me for a bit, being like, hey, all you do is hurt your friends and you're a fucking failure. Oh, look at you, you're a little punk bitch. And, I felt really bad for a while. Where was I going with this?
No, this might be why you almost die whenever we're in a fight.
You will recall he in fact died and Morak the next fight.
Yeah, this might be why both of us died in that one fight.
Yeah, I was feeling really out of it, I'm not gonna lie.
I sworn it was something like he was like, oh yeah, just like keep it.
No.
Okay.
He was wanting. I think he was wanting me to give back, this little guy.
If you guys would like God to adjudicate real quick.
Could I become a warlock of the Dust Dragon?
What happened was...
I'm already really good with the sword. He wasn't good with the sword. I'd get a better sword.
Byron has the right of it of he basically just got emotionally bullied by the Dust Dragon throughout the course of a dream. And if I remember precisely correctly, because it's been only a scant month and a half, even though it's been probably a year and a half to 2 years actual time, he basically dared you to give up your power so he wouldn't hunt down the party, you, and your family. You said, okay, and then you woke up and still had your power. if I remember correctly.
That does sound about right.
That is, I'm pretty sure, what happened a scant month and a half ago.
Okay,
I've
so
done a lot of gin since then.
so really,
And,
I was like, oh, Byron and I can bond over, like losing this thing this like power that was connected to our identity, but really more so we can bond over like forming a new identity. Maybe I should change my name too, and then have no one call me by that new name.
Well, Ken is my birth name, but it is pretty boring.
Boring. You're great.
You don't need to reassure me.
Okay. What are
But
your-
no, we can totally bond over. The source of our power being total fucking dickbags.
Oh, Jay, yes, I totally didn't realize that. Apparently, this is like known that this is like a possibility that shadow powers came from like something connected to Shargaas, and they totally don't tell us that before just letting us jump in.
Yeah, it's
That
kind of
was-
fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now we're
Um,
free, you know? And you didn't have to make an enemy of an entire god to do so, you know?
That's a good way to look at it. Like I'm free of this dark energy. I like that.
This toxic relationship with
And
God.
all I have to do is try to find a new subclass that might be available to me that won't involve shadow demons hunting, or sorry, dusk demons hunting us down, and then we'll be no worse off than we are right now.
Yeah,
no, exactly.
at Cathartis Community College Tri-C, there's actually a lot of subclasses you could take right now. Semester is about to start.
I heard their welding program's pretty good.
Yeah.
You can get a good job pretty easily with it.
Because your wedding's in 2 weeks, so I need to learn it pretty quickly.
I think if you went for like 4 hours a day, you could do one of the like 1 month classes.
Oh.
Granted, we've all known each other for 2 months, so like it's been
more
pretty
than that, you son of a. I've
It's been
tried.
like 6 months.
It's still a shockingly small timetable.
It's still like
It's still the same year for sure.
definitely less than 2 semesters.
You guys started in summer and it is entering fall winter, so it has not
Really?
yet been 6 months even.
That's hilarious.
Holy
We
shit.
haven't even seen each other in flannel season.
Oh, sunny and flannel season! I can't wait.
Oh yeah, bold tartans. Let me tell you. Adam, you're muted.
I guess since we're talking about it, do you prefer if we call you Byron or Ken?
I don't really care. I will say, if we do get the chance to like go back to Brent's barn, like you guys can meet my family, you know, and stuff like that. Probably stick to Ken around them because, well, they'd probably be like, "Why the fuck is everyone calling him Byron? Like that's our wee little lad Ken." No, it just make it weird. And I'm already like going back after disappearing for a year and 6 months.
Wait, before we get too far away from it, I want to hear the absolute ripper of a joke that Adam obviously had but was muted.
Literally, all that I had said in that moment was Artug's fur just grows a little in the winter months. It just gets a little hairier.
I think that.
He's shedding.
Oh no, he sheds in spring.
Yeah.
Wait. Sorry, backtrack. Did you give Daz the ancient Orcish artifact of Shargaas's?
Yeah.
Torch?
So remember how the Cerulean Eye is an organization that collects and preserves and then makes sure that they're distributed to the proper authorities of ancient and historic artifacts?
No, hold on. I thought, wasn't there that guy around before? What was his name? I think it was it Ebenezer? I thought he did the same thing. And you were like, not really
met
for this.
You were dead.
No idea who he is.
No, I heard you talking about him so much. How much you hated what he was doing?
He was not associated with the Cerulean Eye, and in fact, I actually didn't approve of his hoarding collection because part of our thing is like distributing artifacts back to the appropriate authorities.
I want to lay down the law right now. In no way was Ebenezer a part of the Cerulean Eye. Whether he did funds, he was not a part of it.
Our
Hold
dog
on, that means-
decided that there was something interesting in our cat closet.
And he's just like at the bottom of the door, just like breathing super heavily, trying to get a sniff.
He was going. Oh, you guys can't even hear that.
Yeah, I was gonna say Discord's too good for that.
So wait, hold on. Just a point of note. You're saying that there's no way Ebenezer was part of the Cerulean Eye.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely
0%
not.
chance.
So
Absolutely
that
not.
means that there's about 100% chance that
He's an
Auntie
enemy.
Ebenezer is going to join it.
Wait, what did you say? I missed it.
There's like 100% chance that
Well,
Auntie Ebenezer, is going to join the Cerulean Eye.
Yeah, it's O.
No, so Ebenezer collects things and doesn't distribute them. Ebenezer doesn't collect things but does distribute them.
Auntie Ebenezer is just an anarcho communist.
That's why I've just made the justification of us holding on to the helm that we found, because it's from a society that can't be given, their artifacts back. So if anything, it staying with us is like the most safe option.
That's true.
I had to make a lot of mental leaps for that one, just so you know, Morak.
It's fun. Plus, it's also cool.
Well, anyway, that's all I want to talk about. Thanks for thinking through that with me, everyone.
Of course.
No problem.
Yeah, I mean that's worrisome, frankly. Especially
Incredibly.
with events to come. I hope we can get it figured out for you quick.
Yeah, and if not, like I don't think I'll be like useless in battle like Byron totally was for like the minute he didn't have his bard powers. Like I can still like punch shit.
Oh yeah, you died in the immediate fight after that too, huh?
Yes, I did.
What if we all became warlocks of the Dusk Dragon?
I mean, the Illithid are like Dawn Dragon, right?
Exactly.
So,
If we all
so,
do
like, so like the Dust Dragon is like pro us fighting the Illithid. Oh, Byron, maybe that's why he was fine with you like holding onto his power for a while, because he knows we're going to be fighting the Illithid.
I don't think so. I'm pretty like the more I think about it, the more I am like certain he's pissed that I'm still around and still doing things.
Okay,
I will say
my thought there is that he seemingly had no shortage of monsters to send after us. So, like, by the fact that we've just been bopping around a lot, like making no secret of our existence, and we haven't had monsters tailing us constantly, I think we're in the clear, at least for like right now.
Maybe he's waiting for the right moment to strike where it'll hurt us the most, where it'll be just we're just moments away from the success and everything, all of our endeavors, and that's when he's going to strike.
You know what? I will say, let's not use all of our spells when we're fighting the Blight monster.
it's, here's the thing. As a past warlock of the Dusk Dragon, I do know that there's only ever one at one given time. So most likely he just has selected a new person. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. Who's that goblin that I cursed and like stole the soul of? Oh. It's probably him.
Oh,
It's not his character sheet.
yeah.
Cogsworth.
Nope.
No.
Nodding?
Spin stack. Spin stack.
No, Hugo. Hugo spins stack.
Cogs
Yes.
spin. I was close.
But there's a distinct chance that Spin Stack is the one that got reselected because I did technically sell his soul to the Dusk Dragon. But so yes, there's only ever one. So it's possible that there's just one really angry, really powerful warlock of the Dusk Dragon that's coming after us, and they're just having slow goes of it. Which, by the way, yes, the only one warlock at a time. That stops all of you guys from breaking a pact. In addition, I would like to warn against that, because if you remember, it really fed into that like little bit of violent tendencies. It had me repeatedly rip people's heads off. It would take my body away from me and commit atrocities. It's really not great.
Yeah, I'm glad we moved on from that.
You get a lot of spells, though.
so many spell slots compared to you.
I don't think he'd like you very much more. He got a little bit too much Dawn Dragon sprinkled on you.
No spells of Dawn Dragon.
Well, anyway, how about if we meet like the warlock coming after us of the dust dragon? We'll all be mentally prepared for that, and then you had the right call. And then if we get attacked by shadow monsters immediately after defeating the Illithid, I had the right call, and I'm the one who's totally right. So 20 gold. I know it's 600.
20 gold sounds fair. Speaking of, did you see the whatever the potion was that gives back spell slots? If I were to put it, technically, we should probably get that just in case it's a situation in which we defeat the Illithids and then the Dusk Dragon shows up.
Ooh, you know what we should totally ask the chieftain for? Would be like a cool little handy diamond.
Oh my god!
That's a good
Hold on
idea.
second. Hold on. I had the fucking biggest thing I forgot about. In that chest, Mary, thank God you reminded me. There were also 2 scrolls of Revivify. Holy shit, how did I forget about that?
Oh,
All right.
Holy shit, that was like the big thing I added into it. Oh my god.
Who is writing that down?
Mary.
Wait,
Okay.
not in my character sheet. Yeah, sure. Oak can hold on to them and just give them to whoever needs it.
Hey, if anybody can get to someone quick enough, it's you.
That's true.
Sure, a scroll of Revivify is even better because it doesn't require the ability to cast it.
And you get the distinct sense there's a diamond shortage. Like laxatives.
Wait, so you don't need a diamond to cast it?
No.
The thing,
That's a
scroll
scroll.
Revivify just is wrapping it all up in one.
Oh, cool.
It's diamond paper.
But do you still have to have it in your spell sheet to cast it?
No,
I don't think so.
anybody can be a reviver
Oh,
for
is
one
that like a
scroll.
homebrew rule?
I need to look up
No.
It's an item
for
rule.
being
For
honest.
what we just decided.
Yeah, I think that scrolls can just be read off and cast by anyone in general. One
That's
time.
not-
I will look at
You know-
the rules
Just
after
so you know.
after this, and we can figure it out from there. But for now,
Yeah,
we
I
can
think it's a
move forward.
Baldur's Gate rule. I think you can use scrolls or Revivify,
Yeah, 'cause-
even if you can't use it.
Yeah, scrolls rules as written, it has to be on your class's spell list.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
We'll see which one I roll with. It won't come up in this session. I guarantee.
Fair enough.
Mm.
Bo tries it and wastes the spell scroll.
Listen, guys, it's not going to work. If I try to do it, watch. Clap-a-da-pa-da-pa-da. Oh, shit.
wait, hold on. That one must have been a fluke. Hand me the other one. I guarantee it won't work twice.
You said it wrong.
My first time doing a spell scroll.
Do it to the cult leader. Give me my shadows back.
Oh, my God. I cannot believe I forgot about that. That was like the other big thing. All right. Then, is there anything else you guys discussed before you go in for bed?
I guess Byron talks to Morak in private.
Hey there, Morak. How are you doing there, lad?
Good. Is this about your rash? Do you need ointments or something?
No. If I was going to do that, I'd go to Arta. Mushrooms, actually, like some of those mushrooms, really soothing. It's really weird. No, this is say Morak. How the fuck do I say this? I've been talking a little bit to the team, and she is a wonderful lady.
She's a great older sister.
Yes. And I would hate to, do this without, letting you know, because we're friends.
Uh-huh.
You and me, we're good buddies.
Uh-huh.
And I want to do right by you and by the team. How would you feel if maybe I try to date Zatine.
Oh, okay. So, have you talked to the team about this? Has she been like, oh, I
Just
also like you back, or are you just into my older sister and you're just telling me?
we've been chatting a fair amount, and like while she
Like,
tended to my wounds,
what does that mean? Like, what has she talked to you about?
like her job, her interests, like her goals for the future. And I'm really attracted to the fact that she's really goal oriented, a real go getter. Just like she's got it.
Byron, you do remember that the team specifically said she joined the Paladins of Grumsh so that she wouldn't have to go into an arranged marriage. You do remember her bring that up somewhat out of nowhere.
She did also, like, after we'd been talking for a little while and she'd finished patching me up at the infirmary, mentioned that she joined the Paladin so that she wouldn't have to go to an arranged marriage. Which, now that I'm thinking about it in hindsight, feels very pointed.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I if you're uncomfortable with that, I'll.
Well, I mean, it's fine. It's kind of like going into like clerics of Grumtra interval or anything. Like it's not really her speed. So like the paladins of Grumsh was more her speed. Yeah. Honestly, like to get into it, I honestly just didn't think that anybody would pick me as like the potential suitor. So that's why I didn't even consider it. Huh?
You? I'm not trying to, Morak, I'm not trying to date you.
No. I just thought you were interested in Orcish culture. Because like the way the matchmaking works is that like it's literally like we sent out a Tuskbane matchmaker to the Flame Lashes, and Naz and her family picked me. Like I had no say in it.
I see.
They just bring out a book of potential suitors, and they pick.
No, back, further east.
Oh, back to you trying to date my sister. Oh, I forgot.
Yes,
That's what this conversation was about.
We date people that we're attracted to and we feel like we may be compatible with.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, go for it, man. Honestly.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You seem wildly uncomfortable.
No, like, I think you should go for it.
Okay. I can I assure you, and Byron will like adjust and like be just. I'm not just going to like go for it and like fuck your sister. Like I promise you, I'm going to.
I know you won't.
I'm going to take it slow and like she's a great woman, and I will.
I know. Yeah. How old are you again?
I am 22.
Okay, well, yeah.
Cool.
You know she's my older sister, right?
Okay, how old is she?
I'm 28.
I don't give a shit. More experience, hell yeah.
What the?
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, sure. Like honestly, like I like you, Byron. I shoot your shot. Go for it, man.
Thank you, Morak.
Yeah.
Also, what is the likelihood of like anything happening between us, like not floating well with the family? I don't want to like start dating your sister and then immediately be like.
I would say don't get ahead of yourself. Like you're having feelings, just let yourself feel those feelings and see what happens. I want you to know she already has a date for the wedding, but I don't know if it's like serious or like going as friends type thing.
I guess I'll find out.
Yeah. So yeah, like shoot your shot. Go for it, man.
Byron will like go to like hinting. and then just awkwardly
I
hug
don't.
him.
Okay, that's
Thanks,
nice.
bro.
Thank you. Like she's her own adult woman. She can choose what she wants to. Yeah, no. Like honestly, go for it. See, yeah, I have the best of faith in you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I said, not just trying to fuck your sister.
You don't need to keep saying that. That's fine.
Thanks, man. Sleep well.
Yeah.
Don't make any deals with any dread dragons. Have a good night.
I wish I could. You see more
Sprint
like
out of the room.
the camera is still on Morak, and he's just like, "What the? This is gonna be funny."
Morak, your mind flutters as Byron's going through this to images of the orcish courting process. Good luck to him. Good fucking luck. I'll just write that down. But yes, anything else before bed?
Byron's gonna write a really sweet letter asking the team to like a nice like starlit walk through the gardens. And just fold it up.
Make her a big homecoming poster. Like, will you go to wedding with me?
Oh, Doddingsworth, could you deliver this to the team's room with if you could, one red rose.
As you walk into Doddingsworth, you see him sorting through a lot of the party's mail. You see a very small pile of about 8 letters that says "Forward to the party." You see another one, probably about 20, that says "Unsorted." And then you see one that says "Spam." It's tall, and he is currently feeding it into the fire. Just like a little shovel, just dumping it directly in.
Sorry to interrupt, Doddingsworth. You know, you seem kind of busy. Do you know where I could find one beautiful, pristine rose?
I know of one such place, and it fades to black. Doddingsworth with his own internal complexity. You know, no one asks what he's up to.
Person, there were 2 ways I could play it. Either I could be fully against it, or be like, "This would be more funny for you and David to have to role play."
Oh, this is just that interaction alone. That's the tone perfectly. It's going to be so painfully awkward. It's great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because now I'm going to have to role play it, which is great because I didn't get to ask. But you all go to bed finally, and you will awaken the next morning. As was alluded to with Byron, you see Doddingsworth. Morak, I imagine, is the first to get up. You walk into the main parlor where you see Doddingsworth has continued to burn all the spam letters. It seems like there's...
How hot is it in the room? Like, what's the temperature?
Sweltering. It is sweltering. There is a lot.
Doddingsworth is down to like an undershirt, like suspenders down to the side, just like sweating, muscles bulging as he's shoveling these giant heaps of letters in.
Also a relatively tropical climate, so it's just hot, sticky, and smoky in there.
You see he has it doesn't seem like he's gone to bed. There's just like all this stuff.
He's a good butler.
Prince Morak, it would seem that I filtered through your invitations, yourself and your entourage. It seems you have 9 that I would consider worth your time. Invitations to various events, meetings, and such. This one was directly addressed to you. You see a letter that he hands to you, and it says, "Regards, Ebenezer von Schreiber." Do you open it?
Yeah. How do you find my address?
Dearest Prince Monk, I write to you in good health, hoping that you and your compatriots are well. In particular, I hope that Chode and Kenzie fare well. I know we had an incredible relationship in the brief time we shared. To get to business, I am in need. I am in need of a financial sponsor, as my latest venture involving a pizza dish has gone south, and Anti-Ebenezer has absconded with what remains of my wealth due to a legal technicality. Please follow this up with this letter with a small donation of 1,000 gold, and do give Artuk my best. I know he is struggling with his goat legs, and I do implore that he finds service soon. Regards, Ebenezer von Schreiber, with a mailing address.
That's really funny.
Morax just
Chode and
like
Kinsey.
Morax just dumbfounded, and he looks around. Since no one else is up yet, he just throws it in the fire and walks away.
Very good, sir.
And he mutters under his breath that, like, he didn't even say he would pay us back. He just asked for a grant and didn't say why.
Let me just mark off Ebenezer.
You get another letter, and it's from Banya. Fuck you.
You guys accidentally gave out Morris' address to all the mailing lists. That's what all the rest of them were. All the other letters were for the blood drive.
That's where Rocky Carnablast is really making his money, by selling your mailing address.
The
Wait,
other
hang
letter,
on. So you're telling me that in this fantasy world, it's backwards, and the Cathardian prince got a spam email asking for money.
got it in one.
Hello, I hope this email finds you well. You are a Cathardian prince. You are a Nigerian prince.
Your money, I'm not giving it back.
Oh fuck! I forgot the letter.
That
Also
would work. I'm gonna start sending letters to rich people.
I forgot the letter also references the noble hero Brian. He gets everyone wrong except
I
Artem.
wish that my renamed name was Chode.
I couldn't think of anything else. I tried for like 20 minutes.
No,
I think you
like
mean
it.
Ebenezer couldn't think of anything else.
Listen, he put in the exact amount of effort as your guys' relationship was worth to him,
The thing is,
which is
You're not, like-
$1,000 as a long shot.
we're not the only ones who got that exact same letter. He sent that out to other people.
Dearest Panther.
He sent that same letter to every single Morak in Cathardus.
He said he said it was
There's a
Mark.
lot
He
of
sent that letter to everyone who's within one letter of Morak.
Not that popular for name.
The rest of the letters that are on the table are just from Gromo, from the goblins, from different journalists, and such like that. The only other one, which is just my way of saying you guys can go shop there if you are interested, as the list. The only one that there are two. One is actually Donningsworth notes he picks up. It is just a maple leaf. There's nothing written on it. Yes, Mistress Ashira asked that that your Lord Artuk meet with her. She also noticed the mail and offered me this. I'm not sure she understood the concept, if I'm being honest. And
Forgot that she was here with us.
you see one more that is labeled to Sunny from JS.
JS.
I'll give that one to Sonny when he wakes up.
All right. So, who would like to go first? Artuk or Sunny?
What was that, Eric? You just made a buzzing noise.
Oh, he became a Warforged again.
You mentioned buzzing noise, so I was like, that's Rocket. I know.
I did hear a bunch
Sorry,
of
my audio
crows
cut out there for a
cawing.
second.
Oh, you're good. You're back.
Do you want to go, or
Take it. Go ahead.
All right. All right.
Also, I just will remind again, Zeko, you have your stuff as well. There wasn't a specific letter, but I'll just remind that it exists.
Yeah, Sonny will wake up and walk downstairs over. I don't know what the layout is. Sonny wakes up sweating profusely from the extreme heat. It's like staggers around trying to find the source of this extreme, like, abusive heat.
Yeah, you see Johnny's there with one of the letters set aside. Yes, marked JS for Sunny. Spelled, it's spelled however it makes sense.
Oh, give me 1 second. I can get back to my computer. Hold
We got Rocket Cam. Oh, no, never mind.
on. Hey, yeah, Eric and Mary, can you guys get like a GoPro or something to put it on Rocket's collar and then just add him to the call? I get the POV from Rocket.
Rocket POV.
I'm sorry, we were just heating up food while we were doing D&D, so that's why we're portable now.
You're good. But yes, Sunny, you see a letter. You see a letter addressed to you from JS.
Do I know a JS?
I know you do.
JS. I'm trying to think of that for you.
It'll lose me. Okay, you know what? Sonny obviously knows JS. I'm gonna open it.
Certainly. As you open it, you see written in an elegant hand, hello, fair hero. You know who I am. I know who you are. I'll apologize to know. Hello, fair hero. I request an audience to meet with such a warrior of such esteemed renown. Please meet me at the local Cathardian Park, whatever its name is. At the Tier of Brunch Park at noon.
All right. Yes. Sonny nods knowingly, knowing, of course, who this is.
Yep.
It's written in an elegant script, you say?
Yes.
All right.
As you go, you find yourself to the Tier of Brunch Park, a large lake in the midst of Catharis that is kept natural and wonderful.
Gorgeous.
You see them. You see your JS there in the center. Adorned in their mighty plate, you see the figure of Grime Slimefoot. They're waiting, waiting at his side, right where he asked you to meet.
Wow. I hope Sonny thinks to themselves, wow, I hope James Slimefoot gets to see me meet with whoever this JS is. Maybe he'll be impressed and want to talk to me.
As you walk up, James notices you. Oh, noble hero! You have come to answer my request.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna take me a second. And Sonny like pulls out the note. So you're the one who sent this, eh?
Indeed! Did you not recognize my script? I am told I am a great writer!
What do his hands look like? Are they like...
They're like frog hands. It's a miracle that isn't covered in slime.
I should have noticed. Of course, it's exactly what I would have expected from such a noble and dexterous writer. Such as yourself.
Indeed. But truly, the honor is mine to be graced with a warrior of such ferocity as you.
I'm flattered myself, Master Slamfoot. What should I refer to you as?
Please, for one as distinguished as you, call me James.
Well, it's so nice to have this moment to talk with you. I must say I was impressed with your martial prowess at the little scrap we had back at the parade against the various beasts in which we fought. Gosh, those big slugs. The greatest tragedy was when they turned and we had to put them down. Oh, you're Catholic. I didn't know.
Protestant.
Gee, gee.
I have no internalized guilt.
You truly are the greatest warrior. You would have done well as a Catholic. There were some crusades, I think, at some point. Anyway,
Let us get to business.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Put simply, I have recognized your skill. I've seen your skill with a warhammer, and the ferocity with which you fight, the loyalty you showed to Clan Tusbane, and the daring to face down the Shadow Knight.
Yeah, you got me about right.
I would invite you to honor me, to honor my house by joining Clan Slimefoot as one of the Lilypad Knights. I know of your obligation to the prince, but once your business is concluded, I would be honored if you would join our house. Oh my god, this hurts my fucking cheeks.
Wow. Sunny is would Sunny have heard of the Lilypad Knights at all?
No.
No.
Not at all.
How how big is Clan Slimefoot? Like
small.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, Sunny takes a moment to reflect and is very flattered. And says thusly. I must say I'm quite flattered by your offer. I am honored to be extended such a prestigious invitation. I must if it's all right with you, I think I must take a moment to consider this because, as you said, I do have current obligations with the prince. We've got ongoing business to attend to, but certainly after that, I hadn't quite considered what may happen after that. So may I impinge on your endless generosity and ask for but a moment to consider your offer before responding?
Of course. I know you're honor bound to the prince. But if I may offer one single trinket that may convince you. You reach it, he goes to the side. You see an Amazon box that he pulls out. He pops it open, and you see armor, which bears a lily pad on the front and a frog foot overlaid. For you, should you accept our offer.
How nice does it look? Does it look nice?
Compared to the relative prestige of this place, it mechanically it is plate armor. And make an Arcana check.
Arcana check. Gotta find my Arcana. 5.
Seems like nice plate armor.
Wow, nice plate armor.
Has a slight green tint to it.
Okay. Wow. And that's if I join the Lilypad Knights, I will get that.
Yes, if you join as a Lilypad Knight, you'll be honored in Clan Strongfoot.
Ah. Oh, now, yeah, I'm trying to think of a reason, why I wouldn't. And nothing's really coming to mind. I don't see any reason why not, quite frankly.
May I take this as a yes?
Yes, you may take it that way. I would be honored to join the Lillipad Knights of Clan Slimefoot.
Providence!
I want a clip of Providence, but like it needs to have the video too. That was so perfect.
Turn that into a soundbite.
When your obligation to the prince is done, you will join our house. You will walk among the lily pads of eternity and stand with us against our enemies. Thank you, Sonny. For now, take this gift and go. Fulfill your obligation so that we may march to glory together one day.
Thank you.
He will give you the lily pad knight armor, which is plate armor, but it has acid resistance and will allow you to cast jump once per day.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the extent of what James Slimefoot actually wanted. He didn't have too much else.
Wow.
Sonny has done such a hard heel turn. He went from being staunch Imperial, I'm a war machine, Warforged, to fuck yeah, I'm going to join this Tuskbane clan. Tuskbane-affiliated clan.
Really, having met, such a powerful force on the battlefield, a force of personality and martial might, it really makes you wonder, maybe James Slimefoot will be the one to lead the new empire.
You nearly die 3 times over.
Oh, wait, James. Before you go, there's but one question I must ask. Are there other Lillipad Knights, or is this is it just sort of a you and me sort of deal?
David, I have a bit. Please just say there's a bunch. Please just say there's a bunch.
There are thousands among us.
See, I thought I thought it was a bit more of an exclusive thing than that. I thought.
Admittedly, many of them were still tadpoles. Though my son Morak, I hope to convince one day.
Your son Morak. I see. And,
we fought side by side not days ago.
I remember. I was there. It was quite the battle. But I don't remember seeing a lot of other Lillipad Knights. So I suppose they're elsewhere?
Well, yes, as I said, many of our tadpoles.
Okay. Are they? Is this something where they're born into it, or selected from a class of tadpoles?
I feel as though you are casting a number of dispersions on our nightly order.
1 in 70 group tadpoles becomes a knight.
Those who survived the march from the sea to the beach to rejoin us, they are worthy.
It's look to your left, look to your right. Look at degree number 2, look at degree point number 4, look at degree point number 6. One of you.
Guys, I didn't realize James Slimefoot is going to be the fucking next big bad with Sonny as his fucking tendon.
Well, this is I'm truly honored. Do I need does this make me? I mean, not right now, but after I complete the business with your did you say your son, Morak?
Yes, I am his birth father, for I was there at his birth.
I feel like I'm learning more about the Tuskbane genealogy in 5 minutes than I have in the months that I've known this man.
Oh my god.
Truly, this has been an enlightening and guiding meeting. Fortune and fate has smiled upon our meeting, Jay. And I look forward to being able to join the vast ranks of the Lillipad Knights upon my return. I must ask though, we have reason to believe. He looks around. Is there anybody else here? In my head canon, I don't know if this is what it looks like exactly, but in my head canon, I'm picturing this as like a windy kind of fall day, and James is in like a trench coat and like a fedora, like, and he's like, the kind of guy you'd expect to be throwing breadcrumbs. He's like standing by the lake.
Well,
And
yeah, well, almost. That is how he appears, but he is stood on top of the lily pad, alternating between throwing breadcrumbs to the birds and insects, and then just and grabbing the flies that are circling around his bread.
James, I can't help but notice that you're on the only lily pad in this lake. I don't see any other lily pads. Did you?
That's his house. That pond is his house.
I brought it from home.
I see. But as I was saying, is there anybody else around? Like, or is it just
not in any significant way. No, there's like people walking through the park, but it definitely seems to have wound down given the massive attack that happened yesterday. Not a lot of people felt like going for a stroll.
We me and your birth son, Morak, we have reason to believe that there is a large force of enemies who wish to do great harm, not only to Cathartus but to the world in general. And we know not when we will need to face this force. But do you believe that perhaps there'd be any sort of assistance you could offer with this? Should it come at a time when you're not otherwise indisposed? No.
That's for no. You did pull your cheeks out one time, despite it making no difference.
Oh my gosh. I want a Slimefoot campaign.
I do. I really.
We have a really good spin-off
okay.
with you.
Next campaign, we're all just Slimefoots.
How the other half live. Lilypad Knights.
My mental image of James Slidefoot is just Boss Nass.
It's definitely a lot of what the inspiration is. But
Wait, what is? Yeah, I've got to look that up.
as
It's
you
in chat.
Damn it.
Somehow racist alien from Phantom Menace.
it's just
You don't know what he's being offensive to, but it feels offensive to watch.
But Eric, as you ask, James looks towards the sky. When dusk turns to dawn, when lily pads are boiled out of the pond, we will stand there ready to smite those who would try to strike fear into us. We will give our last fight, our last spiel to the defense. So yes.
You truly are the most noble warrior I've ever met, Slamfoot. It will be an honor to join your Lilypad Knights. And I think Sunny reaches out for a handshake.
he reaches out to you. I don't know how that was narration. I'm just used to it now. He reaches out to you, a slimy hand around your dwarven hand. You really don't understand how his letter was so articulate.
Maybe he dictated.
He pulls out a pen from a slimy pocket, a bit of paper, and again in immaculate script writes, "Let forth it be known, the warrior Sunny is one of the chosen lily-pad knights, and let this mark certify him as a warrior most honorable." It is written again in immaculate script. You don't know how he's not getting it messy.
Impressive.
But somehow Sonny has plausible deniability given that he did spell it Sunny.
He did misspell it. Signed
Alright.
JS.
All right. Well, Sonny will bow very respectfully and thank James again.
Oh my
and,
god.
take the breastplate and return to the castle. Also,
I'll
I
make
kind of picture James Slimefoot as sort of a frog and toad sort of character.
Oh yeah, that's what my imagination was. It's just like he's just one of those, but in armor.
I love this. This is best NPC of campaign.
Easily.
Wow. Yeah, Sonny returns.
Yep.
I love James Slimefoot.
All right. You head back. Sorry, that just kind of blew out my throat for a little bit. Give me a second.
As Sonny's walking back to the castle, just reflecting on what's just happened, Sonny kind of says to no one in particular, to himself, Sonny Slamfoot. It's got a bit of a ring to it.
Oh, God.
Oh my god. So we know what Sonny's doing after the campaign.
You know what the best part about this was? I just had the idea. Man, James Slimefoot was funny. Frog Knight, like from Chrono Trigger. Haha. Yeah, Eric would love that. That was the extent of thought that initiated this.
And now he will be the main character of the next campaign.
Oh, he's the quest giver now. He leads the order. You guys are trying to become members of the clan Slimefoot.
Wow.
Oh god. Well, now that that's done, who would like to go next?
I want Zeka to go.
Is Zeka here?
Yeah, Will, you still here, bud?
Zeka?
Will?
Why do you feel like Will fell asleep on
I
his
think
couch?
Will may have fallen asleep.
I think Will fell asleep. What
Will
time
did-
is it there?
Maybe he just walked away and he thought we wouldn't notice, and he'll be back in like 2 seconds.
I don't know. He's been silent for a long time.
Midnight for him.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah.
is midnight. Oh,
It makes sense.
Oh,
to me.
Oh, sleepy little guy.
The Zeka is Eepy.
All right. How about this?
How about we all yell really loud to wake him up?
Oh my god.
Just on 3, everyone makes the most curse noise they can with their mic. No, absolutely not. But hilarious.
oh.
Wake up!
How about this? I'm not fucking hell.
55 burgers, 55 pizza.
How about this? I'm assuming Will's just going to stay falling asleep, but if he comes back, we can start it. We go through a few more scenes with us, and then we just open next session with Zeka's stuff, and it's just we just open and don't let it not be that until it's resolved.
Hold on, wait, hey, Will, do you have any questions?
Does rat tape work as an adhesive?
I think
I guess he's here.
Yeah, he's here. All right, then I've got something with Ashira gave an unwritten on leaf to be delivered to Artok.
Sure. I mean, I feel like with Morak telling Artok that it was Ashira looking for him, Artok would probably, go through a bit of morning routine, but then pretty shortly thereafter seek Ashira out where we left her.
Can you describe Artok's morning routine?
Yeah, absolutely. I can describe Artuk's morning routine.
Very cool.
Artuk rolls out of bed. Artuk sponge bathes himself. Um,
Oddly specific.
just like just like grabs a rag, wets a rag, and washes himself down with it. Doesn't do the whole shower. The whole hot water showers are weird. I grew up in a forest, and
Fantasy time. We have baths.
fair. I mean, once again, it's not like we had hot springs.
No, you can't do that when you have fur because then getting wet traps in the wet dog smell.
Actually, that too.
Do you have like brushes, like when you're like brushing down a horse, like really?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like Artuk must carry like a wire brush with him. Like it's not even like a nice soft brush. This is this has to hold up to not in fur.
Mhm.
You're
So
gonna
like
destroy this bath.
Artuk, yeah, exactly. I would clog a bath if I tried to use one. So Artuk brushes himself down, wipes himself down, gets any grime or sweat off. He's a bit of a night sweater. And then puts on one of his couple of fleece undershirts that he carries because I have a few, I guess. And then
Undershirt.
yeah,
It's such a thick and warm material for an undershirt.
I have fur.
Yeah.
None of it's ideal.
Yeah, it's fair. And also, where would I get? I guess now if you travel, I get fleece. I didn't consider that.
I'm gonna be honest. Never imagined you in a shirt.
Oh,
No.
Oh, I did.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm actually in that shop.
But yeah, no, get dressed, have some breakfast. Breakfast for me usually consists of like a little bit. I feel like Artuk's like a European breakfast kind of guy. A little bit of meat with some sort of grain. Though like for him, it's not always bread products. It's oftentimes something oat based and also a meat next to it, which is a weird combo. But fibrous. And then goes for a little morning walk, and that's Artuk's morning routine. If he has an empty morning with nowhere to be,
Good.
And then he gets in a big fight with a big monster.
Every time
And he
messes
beats the
up his nice fur.
makes sweet love to the monster, and then he shows back up, and then he's here.
Mm-hmm. That's the routine
every day.
But no, yeah, I feel like knowing that Ashira is looking for me, I opt not to take my morning walk randomly about, and instead I walk to Ashira's where Ashira is, and I'm gonna walk up to the door and just
She's just staring at a big tree.
she's
She's been
just there.
staring at it for a long time. Hasn't been moving. You'd be concerned that she was dead if she wasn't unable to die.
Bloomwalker, it's me, the Blight Walker.
Oh, hello.
You were looking for me?
Yes.
What's the nature of your looking for me?
Oh, yes. I apologize. She's still terrible at conversation. Yes,
no need to apologize.
Since your arrival here, and since your battle, the previous day, I simply wish to speak again on matters we've discussed before, and examine the seal on you. Could you lift your shirt slowly?
Sure. Artuk unbuttons his fleece. Hey, good job.
But yeah. You notice as Ashira looks over you, she just kind of eyeballs you from a distance, raises her kind of weird like wood fused hand to it, and just kind of touches some of the marks where she stabbed you with that flame dagger a scant 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
Because time is fucky in D&D, and it's been so long. The seal holds still, and will hold for some time. Though I have a further question, and that is, are you still intent on this path you described with fusing your curse and mine into this body?
I see it as sort of a three birds in one stone situation here because if we do it, we manage to get rid of the blight, so there's not going to be another blight walker, which is what I want. That's after dealing with this, I want to be the last person cursed like this. It gets rid of the bloom, so there doesn't have to be another person who endures the torture you've endured and lives through it forever through all that. And it imparts both of those torturous curses on someone who wishes ill on the entirety of the world. So it, kind of gives the just desserts to somebody who went looking for eating other people's food.
I just wonder how evil this entity will be and how deserving of it is of such a terrible punishment. Though I suppose that won't be my problem for much longer.
Fair. You'll be gone when this happens, right? That's sort of where you're looking to go.
And I wonder what it will feel like. I wonder what it will feel like to feel in that brief moment as it leaves me. I wonder what death truly feels like for one who has not felt anything in so long.
Is there anything that you'd wish of me, of any of us, of anything you have, orders, anything like that after you're gone? Normally when someone passes, I know that you haven't really considered it in a long time, but when you pass, your effects are sort of dealt with in whatever way you prescribe beforehand. You give it any kind of thought to that? You're at the end of the day going to die like the rest of us to a mortal coil, sort of drop into the ground, become in the dirt.
All I have left is my life. I have no kin that can reasonably be considered my kin. I have no possessions for the soil provides. All I have is exhaustion, and I'd prefer no one pick that up.
Fair enough. I'm looking forward to this. If it works, solving a lot of people's problems. I'm sure it'll come with complications, but the ideal of the solution that Sonny came up with is sort of, I don't know. It almost sounds too good to be true. It's purging 2-3 horrible things in one go.
Mayhaps it is. But looks back towards the tree. Just doesn't finish it. You didn't answer what you think it will be like to die.
Oh, were you asking?
Yes. And you evaded the question by talking about my personal effects.
My apologies. I figured your question was rhetorical. I'm never been particularly gifted to this whole conversation thing. I aspire to do it as well as you at some point. As far as what I expect it'll feel like for you goes, oh boy. I mean, I've sort of done it myself, though I'll admit that mine was significantly more in blight themed. It was sort of being hosted off of, but I don't know. You say you don't feel anything anymore. Do you remember what things felt like? Nothing?
I remember a memory of pain. Of that I knew once upon a time what it was to enjoy. I know that an apple is tart. I know that a berry can be sweet, and I know that a broken bone should hurt, and yet.
The way I think about what it would feel like if, if it weren't caused by well, I guess even if it is, and sort of what it felt like for me was I spent the entirety of the time I had this blight afraid of what was going to happen if this thing took me over, living every moment anxiously holding on to something, tight and stressed, trying my damnedest at all times to not let it slip, not let it slip, not let it slip. To the point where it was an ever-present part of my personality, not even just a thought at that point, to be worried about that. And in the moment that it did slip, it didn't even occur to me, the whole pressure, the whole clenching that I've been doing on it, about not letting it slip. In that moment, it felt like when you roll over in the morning and realize you can sleep a little longer, where it's just almost too good a joy to pass up. It's exciting that you just get to go back and embrace that sort of warmness that you haven't quite lost yet, which, is almost scarier now afterwards, knowing that in the moment it matters, it's so easy to do exactly the thing you're worried about doing. But if you didn't have to worry about it, if you're like your situation where you don't really have a whole lot that you're, your time's come and you're accepting that, well, I expect it would be a lot more like just that last part, the rolling back over and getting to feel the warmth of your bed sheets again.
You see, beneath, a very small shift of movement beneath the her kind of wooden, the wooden facade she adopts. Roll an insight.
Sure thing. Do insight. Yeah. Which window is my
20. Okay.
20? Gotcha.
It's hard to read, but you get a sense of small comfort that you've afforded unto her. And a brief pause between you speaking, and as you kind of register, I think I did that right. She speaks up again. Then I suppose the matter turns to something more practical. And the ritual. Do you have any questions for releasing you from your curse? Any questions as to the ritual, the specifics that I may offer? I don't know the fullness of what you will experience as you enter the Everwrought, but I can offer some guidance.
I mean, I think that, we haven't really talked a whole lot about the specifics of it. So best I figure, we're both in a room with this eldritch horror. We fight it down to the point where it's too weak to evade whatever we're about to do to it. And then you and I saunter up to it and do something. And that something is fussy to me. I figured that you had sort of the idea down, and that something involves both of us releasing our curses and passing it, but I've never passed a curse to somebody before.
Apologies. I mean the ritual for you to enter the rod itself, not to tackle this great evil that we intend to put the curse onto.
So entering the rod itself is a necessary step for transferring the curse then, yeah?
Yes.
And in the rod, what will I have to do to prepare to transfer it?
You will have to find the source of your corruption. I don't know precisely what it will look like, but it will fiercely defend it, and it will attempt to strike you down every step of the way. And it will feel familiar, is how it was described to me.
Is this something I'll have to do on my own?
You and your compatriots may go together, though I will warn, it is dangerous and It is no easy thing to leave the clutches of rot. Any of your compatriots who enter there, see to it that they find their way out, else they will never find their way out.
Understood. And is this something that we have to do right before we pass the curse, or can it be something that we do today in preparation to pass the curse? What's the timing on this?
I could do so. Let God consult his campaign notes.
Sure.
It will have to be shortly before. The blight is ravenous. It will fight to be released unto someone, anyone, anything. So to break you free from it, you would be free, but containing that for an extended period of time is inadvisable. You could attempt it above board. You could do it today, but there's risk of it getting loose, and then that kind of plan is botched. Or you could do it before immediately before the final fight, and then you would just have it ready to go.
Understood.
So it's very clear on a meta level of what I'm saying.
Yep, got it. All right. Well, I see no reason in doing it right now then, and all the reason we can to do it at the last available moment. I guess then the other thing is, from your side, obviously I have to get ready and do all that. Do you have to do something similar? Like, do you have to go to the bloom and deal with the source of your bloom?
When I choose to pass it on, it will know, and I imagine the entity with which we will target will be a willing host to eternity. They may not understand the full implications of it, but if it is as the word fails me, as hungry, as gluttonous as you say it is, it will accept it without issue.
Understood. So the idea is we'll pass it your power as a gift, and then make it understand briefly afterwards that there was poison in the honey pot.
At the very least, essentially, yes. At the very least, I doubt it will turn down the chance at eternity. I didn't, and I paid for it. So too will it.
Understood. In that moment, how are we gonna release it when we're both in front of the thing? Obvious, like, is it like I have to touch it and hold on to it? Is it I have to stab into it? Can I do it from far away? I've never passed a curse before.
For me,
It's a lot like a kidney stone.
For me, I will touch my hand to it. For you, it will take a manner more familiar to you. You will channel it. You will feel the manner to which you do it. It's gonna be a custom spell.
Understood.
You're gonna have
Gotcha.
to fuck it.
Above board again. Just I don't know how to quite articulate that.
Understood.
You will look at the spell section of your
You will
inner sheet.
consult the ancient druidic tomes that have been passed down through our people for aeons.
All right. Well, that's basically all the questions that I have about it. Let me know if there's anything that I can help you with that you need. That I know that you're ancient and understand all of this, and know all this way better than me. But at the end of the day, you're the Bloom Walker, I'm the Blight Walker. We're sort of two sides of a coin. So And, coin's not worth much if only one face is printed.
What is a coin?
Oh, here. I pull a copper coin out of my pocket. It's like this. They exchange it for goods and services. I know, it took me a long time to figure out.
But why wouldn't they just... Why would the larger ones not simply eat the smaller ones and take what they need?
I mean, why did the deer not eat the squirrels?
Because they can't catch it.
No, I'm sure if a deer caught a squirrel, it wouldn't eat it. That was not the smartest answer, Shira.
Shira is all knowing.
He knows about some pretty wild deer that you don't know.
This is fair. Perhaps I just don't understand enough about the world.
I don't know how to answer that other than a funny way. Like any logical way, it's like that's kind of a done on the joke.
Well, anyway, was that sort of the extent of what you were asking?
Yes, just checking that you are still ready.
Yeah, I think I am, and I appreciate that you are too.
I'm quite ready to die. Fade to black.
Oh, before I go, a weird, quick, weird. You don't have to or anything like that. You're already doing so much, but a weird request. The whole time that I was trying to find you, I kept having all these dreams where you kept giving me advice and telling me how to find you and help and seek you. Right? I assume you did that, obviously, to get me to you. Is there any way, and it's a weird, like I said, don't have to do it if it's any stress for you, but that garden in my dreams, could you send me there tonight? Just, doesn't have to be for any real purpose. It's just a nice place.
She raises her hands to you. And you feel a sense of warmth, unconditional warmth, and life flow through you. You feel confident that in the evening you will be there. This sense of natural magic return to you. Not just that it's your blight sealed away, and not just the heat of the seal itself, but of a familiar life.
Thanks, Shira. Thanks.
Goes back to staring at the tree.
Fade to black.
Fade to black. You. All right. Yeah, I don't have anything else specifically ready, but any scenes specifically that I'm going to throw at you guys. But if you guys have anything else you want to do, or if you just want to discuss some of the items you want to buy as they are
what do we want to
free.
buy?
Yeah, we want to take this as a slightly more casual moment just to discuss all the items. I'm good with that.
I will say, while we're looking at all this big old pile of money, I know how I was mentioning a spell to learn a bunch of things. Yeah, it's actually the spell Legend Lore, and Barn will kind of explain it. And it's it only costs 300 gold. I was planning on doing it for the Dusk Dragon. If we wanted to, we could maybe do it on the Mind Flailers.
God, that was their name.
Me too.
No, it's the Illithid. The Illithid's the actual name. Mind Flailers are so fun,
No, they're I'm pretty sure they're Mind Flailers.
It's catchier.
Well, I guess we'd be able to find out with the spell, wouldn't we?
Probably. But just let's keep that in mind. I can only cast it, let's say, twice-ish a day. So let's keep 300 gold. Learn a fair amount of information. I plan on using 300 of my gold to do it.
What are you talking about?
Byron's telling the party he has Legend Lore.
What is that?
That is in the chat. It basically... Here, Carson, you can explain it.
Basically, you just go through and you go, I want to know as much about X as possible. And then David just has to give me a lore dump. technically,
Son of a bitch! I told you not to bore me with the fucking lore.
technically, you only get as much. Like the amount of lore you get depends also on how much you already know. So, like Byron would probably be able to get a fair amount of information on the Dust Dragon. He probably would not be able to get that much on the Illithid, just because he doesn't know that much about them. But I guess
they made lore into a fucking spell.
You're also. I will also say, Carson, I'm not gonna break your knees over the frickin' like money cost. You can just subtract like 300 gold rather than I need to hunt down the incense. I'm kind of over that entire aspect of stuff, which is why you guys got Revivify scrolls instead of so much expensive diamonds.
Can we cast legend lore and find out more about the lily pad knights?
we could if you wanted. Why do you ask? Who are the lily pad knights, Sonny?
You could
Oh, yeah.
The Lily Pad Knights.
I forgot.
wait.
I forgot to mention. I met with Slamfoot, and I'm pledged to his service now as a Lillipad Knight. Well, after we finish this stuff that we're doing.
Congrats.
Thanks.
You
I met with your dad.
yeah, Uncle James is a character.
He said it was your birth father.
Yeah, so Uncle James doesn't really. Common is like not his forte. So he doesn't really understand. Well, actually, my dad and I aren't fully sure. He's like my dad's best friend. He helped him out. There was a one. Here, let me tell you. One time.
Cast legend lore on Morak's dad.
One time, my father, the way my father always tells it, how he met Uncle James, is that he was actually in a battle during the war, like 35 years ago, and he got knocked unconscious, fell into a river, woke up like a couple miles down the river, and James actually nursed him, like helped him get back to full health, and then James, like. Him and my dad became really good friends, and then the Steinfoots actually joined the war effort because they were like, well, he's a cool guy, like, helped out. So that's how my father that's how he kind of went up the ranks, since he brought in another group of the Slimefoots. But, yeah,
Did Will
I'm gonna
just
be
time
honest,
out?
yeah, he offers that to a lot of people.
No, it sounded pretty prestigious to me.
It is. And I'm very happy that you joined it. James is probably ecstatic to have you in.
You know, he also
Knights.
he said it was a Protestant, but he did the sign of the cross. So I'm wondering if he is confusing Protestantism with being Orthodox.
You know, James is actually pretty non-denominational. He kind of just does whatever.
I was wondering about the Star of David on the necklace he had. Also,
Yeah, it's not even just like a Christianity non-denominational. It's just all of it. He's just non-denominational. He just does whatever.
Like that, like in the Mummy, he had just like lots of like religious symbols on different necklaces.
Yeah. He kind of he just thinks they're fun. He doesn't actually understand religion at all. He just thinks they're a thing that people do. It's like a sport to him. He thinks like, oh, people go here on Sundays. Some people go see like the football match on Saturdays. Like that's what he thinks.
I did notice he had a Chuck E. Cheese token on one of the necklaces, so I was wondering about that too. But that explains it.
That's just lucky. Like, don't ask him about it. It's about a 4-hour story.
Oh wow. Well, yeah. So anyway, he also pledged to help should he be able to against the mind flailers. So, and also I think I finally found my voice again. So it only took about 4 hours.
I'm glad to hear, Sonny. Anyways, so I know I will be using 300 gold to. Yes, Sonny.
I just had a realization.
What's that?
I think much of the Lillipad Knights are child soldiers.
Don't
I don't know if
we
it's
don't
like
have
a
to-
knights in training
I'm
situation,
gonna
like
be-
they're squires, or if they're actually out on the front lines.
Okay, so the Lily Pad Knights have not actually done anything yet.
All right. Well,
He's
you
like,
know,
working on it. James invested very well, so he's just like has a lot of.
And Lord knows the investments in Catharsis are a total mess. So
Yeah,
that's
he
a really
he
big
got
achievement.
in early on a lot of stuff. I think it was a fruit stand or something like that. And he's now just very independently wealthy. So he does make armor for many people and offers. I'm very happy that you joined.
He actually is also invested heavily in the potion market. You guys will actually notice all the potions he sells are through Slimefoot Pharmaceuticals.
oh, no.
Oh, he's big
Have you-
pharma. Fuck that guy.
He's
Yeah.
Big Pharma before Big Pharma got big. It's just
regular
pharma. Have you noticed how there's a bit of a diamonds shortage? Yeah, he's invested
He's
heavily
artificially shorting it.
in the. Oh. The Slimefoot warehouses of diamonds are packed to the brim.
Needless to say, it's
I
very
don't want to
convenient.
damn lab-grown diamond anywhere in the city.
Needless to say, it's very convenient having him as a godfather. So,
Grandfather.
Okay. We digress again.
So yeah, anyway,
I'll be
you were
using-
saying
I'll be using 300 gold, if that's okay with you guys, to do a legend lore on the Dusk Dragon, and determine whether or not my soul is forfeit.
I know one thing for certain, and that's that my soul isn't. I'm gonna grab a beer.
Good for you.
Out of
is there-
character, I think I'm opposed to this because I like the mystery of like not knowing.
yeah, like out of character, this just seems like the least fun way to get that answer.
Like, okay, we could do that, or we could use 300 gold to get a ball-bearing bomb.
We
is
could
what
get-
I'm saying.
We could get the suit of khaki.
Yeah.
Oh,
we could,
wait.
we could do so much cooler shit than you find out. Does your imaginary D&D character get his soul when he dies?
Answer two. Are you still being hunted? Yes.
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 David, I did
I
have a
feel like-
question.
I'm not standing in the way of any decisions anyone makes.
I was gonna say,
the ball
I
as
I
it is
took this
cast.
spell specifically for that because it's been wearing on Byron for a very long time.
Yeah, I was
because
gonna
he's
say
also
this-
hunting down his family.
yeah, I was gonna say this feels like Carson's character's way to get sort of a closure to his character arc, which he hasn't really
Yes.
gotten.
Well,
That's
I
why
feel
I
like
don't want to
the
do it.
character arc will be like us fighting the shadow monsters that are definitely coming after us.
Well, we
But
don't
they're
know
not
that they're
really
coming
Dusk
after us.
Dragon or related
Yeah.
to his shit. They're just sort of tangentially like allied with the enemy of the thing that is his cursed thing. Like I really saw that as like 300 gold to not
Yeah.
like give away all the lore of our world, but like have him have some closure to his
I'm
character
not
arc.
concerned about the money as much as I am about the
Yeah.
lore dump.
I
Yeah,
think
I
you should
said-
do it.
Took this spell specifically for this.
I will give. I will make a donation.
You have
to
no
your-
money.
You guys all got a bunch of money. Hold on.
Yeah,
you
we
can't
split
be
it-
broke
Yeah.
anymore.
1,500 each, right? We split
Think so.
evenly.
I don't remember.
Except
Like,
for
I mean-
wait, Kezia who
Yeah.
got a
Of course,
1,000.
the character has no problem with it. I just think it's less
Yeah.
fun if we know personally. That's my take on
There's
it.
it's also a thing of there's no good way to track down information on the Dusk Dragon because that's the entire point of it.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I-
I guess I'm just saying, like, why not wait until the end of the campaign until like
Because-
David's like, there's no combat coming, and you wouldn't have a resolution.
I think you should do what Byron would do.
You know,
Yeah, which Byron is
I
going to
think
do this.
The
Do it.
fact that David didn't say don't do it makes me think it's fine. There was a part of me where I'm like, I don't want it to be.
I told
I
David
don't
about
want it to be like, oh yeah, they're like gonna attack you in the next couple days or something like that, and it like spoils something for David.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh.
Before I took the spell, I told David, "Hey, I'm going to take this."
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I feel like as long as the DM, that's
Yeah.
the good thing about the legend lore spell is it's up to the discretion of the DM, and I'm sure that David doesn't want to give us the spoilers that will make us have a less fun time, especially if we're clear about what that entails. I'm sure there's a way to do this within the confines of what is fun.
Yeah.
And all of this is just Byron going, hey, I can do this. Is there anything else that people want to know?
I'm just saying now you can't buy the tap dancing shoes, and that's really what matters.
The only item that Byron and me are really looking at going, fuck, I need that, is the healer.
That's right. The well-made linen
That's
shirt.
about it.
The well-made linen. I love the well-made linen shirt.
Well, David's out of the room. Oh, he's gonna listen to this on Craig. I can't tell you the great idea I had.
Oh, he's back.
Dang.
He's back.
We'll talk it offline.
If I
Let's go to
take
Whispers.
the dancing
You guys go to
shoes,
Whispers.
I
Craig
get
won't
to give a
record it,
bardic
so you can do it that way.
Yes.
how good is my bardic inspiration? I take the
Charisma
tap
base.
dancing shoes.
Oh.
It's a dice.
David, I had a question.
Well,
One
one second,
question.
hold on. If you guys do want to discuss an idea, if you go to Whispers, Craig won't record that, so you are good to go and discuss it without me knowing about it if you want to do that. So if you want to, feel free. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. Eric, what was your question?
Okay, the
I
suit
was
of khaki.
wondering, if I take the tap dancing shoes, what's my bardic inspiration that I can give out?
1 second. Hey, Carson, you probably knows. What's the baseline bardic inspiration?
A
It's a
D4.
D4.
It's a D4 to start?
Yep,
D6
it
to
starts at a
start.
D4.
Oh, really? I thought it's D6 to start.
Oh,
Well,
no, it is D6.
It's the lowest level of one.
No, okay.
So D6. Adam was correct.
Other Eric, you started to say.
Flannel Fest. Sam Adams.
That's a
Hold on, I have a
thing.
new potion I need to make. It spawns
I didn't
water
realize
clothes
they had
for
it.
$2,000. It spawns winter coats and it costs $3,000.
Ooh. But I was wondering, the suit of khaki is listed under hats, but it's called a suit of khaki. What's
It was initially under. Well, actually, no. It includes the crocodile hunter's hat as well. It just isn't. Also, it initially was a cavalier
You
hat.
didn't wear a hat.
Crocodile Hunter didn't wear a hat? You're thinking of
You didn't wear a
Crocodile
hat. You
Dundee.
think of Crocodile
You're thinking of
Dundee.
Crocodile Dundee.
Racist.
Crocodile Hunter didn't wear a hat. So
The
is
pro-
it?
The item is
invisible?
about to double in cost,
Oh no!
but it was initially a different item, and then Eric Miko suggested it would work better if it was a khaki suit as opposed to another hat. Is the actual reason?
Are these hats stackable?
No, they're a hat.
Insofar as you can put hats on top of each other.
I feel
Yeah.
like you could put a floppy hat on top of a tricorn.
No.
Or at least a headlamp.
Just
No.
wear a tri.
The headlamp stacks.
Is the headlamp?
I'm not giving the okay to this. You guys don't get my
It's just-
blessing.
You just watch him walk out.
Stack the floppy hat and the headlamp.
Is the headlamp?
How does that break your game, David?
For balance reasons. Good lord.
Is the headlamp a headlamp, or is it another
It's
kind of hat
powerful.
called a
You know,
headlamp?
like the miner hat that has like the headlamp integrated into it. So it's more like hard hat with the lantern at the top.
Okay, guys, that fits my vibe
It does.
as a lily pad night.
Yeah. David, do the trinkets from the goblins, is it like I can buy only one ball bearing bomb, or can I buy 7 ball bearing bombs
In
with my
fact, so here's the thing: the items you can buy as many of those as you want. I just wouldn't recommend it. But no, you can. I think for all the ones like the prototype Arrow of Disruption, there's only one of those, and I think I specifically marked. I think I marked all the ones that there was only a single of, or if it's like the clothing, it's like single use unless otherwise stated.
I think
Okay.
that from me with the moment at the end of the final combat in mind, specifically for that, Artuk would want to get the 2 Oracle's draughts and the bottled luck, and then he and Ashira can both drink an Oracle's draught and have like a stocked good roll for the moment it matters when we're trying to curse the thing.
Well, you might have a stocked good roll.
Might, yeah. I mean, have a chance at having a stocked good roll.
See, wouldn't this be a situation in which if there was perhaps an item that lets you automatically get a 20 at the cost of 2 permanent failed death saves, it would be, super useful and
True.
worth it in every way? Because if you fail, you die anyways.
Fair. That is the
Perhaps
moment for it.
too useful, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds really broken in that instance.
Yeah, I agree.
You want the bottled luck instead, which is inspiration?
I think that both. That's what I was saying. Is buy with my 1,500, I could buy both Oracle Strats and a bottle of luck, and just chug a couple of potions before we go into the Mind Flaler boss room.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think those are good. I think also.
'Cause I was kind of also eyeing the Oracle personally.
I mean, I was just going to say there are two of them. It could be you get one and I get one. The only thing I was thinking was it might be useful to have a Shira with an extra roll too, in case the big moment at the end needs a roll from each.
I'm going to just make a suggestion that you guys use your cool items for yourself.
Okay.
Just because I think it's much more interesting than if you stock the godlike Oracle NPC with cool shit. I think it's just, it makes sense, but I think it's more interesting for our game.
No, I like the idea now of we do this big thing, and then Dave was like, "No, doesn't work."
Yeah, Ashira failed her roll, guys. You should have given her the roll.
Yeah, wonderful God. She got a 12. She needed a 13.
A couple things that I want to point out. Now I found my voice. I think I better use it. I lost them. Well, fuck me. The gloves, the lightning gloves.
Sparky gloves.
Yeah. They're pretty expensive, but that's an extra 1d4 on melee attack bonuses. So if Ode had that with a flurry of blows, we're talking about over the life of the item, that's going to be a lot. A high potential of damage. So that's pretty good. Also, very expensive, but the earth-shattering boots at a once per short rest, that's pretty potent. I don't know if it's worth it though. I think we can all agree though. There's one thing that we do need to purchase, and that's matching tattoos for 90 gold pieces.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
I think it's so necessary. I think Zeka would be willing to pay for that out of his share. I think it's hugely. Hey, Will, I know you're here. Make a comment about rat poop if you agree that you would pay for these.
Does rat poop work as an issue?
Oh yeah, see, he's in.
Yes. He said yes.
But I agree on the bottle luck and the other one.
The Oracle one, yeah.
Yes, the Oracle one. Do you think any of the does it make sense to have healing potions? Because right now I feel like we're pretty
I would say grabbing a healing potion or two could be useful.
Yeah,
I feel like
I thought.
Yeah, because
like no one's ever been like, "Oh man, we shouldn't have bought that healing potion."
I also put it, just to clarify, because I think this is ever so slightly different than how it is normally, but you can throw a potion as an attack, you can drink it as a bonus action, or feed it to someone as an action, and if you're out of combat, they heal for max. If you're in combat, you roll. But then
what's the difference if I threw a healing potion at someone, do they get healed?
I think that you have to feed someone a healing potion. It's not like a splash potion.
I'm going to say no because you're throwing a glass bottle at them.
I feel like you have to roll for damage and then roll for healing.
I think that's probably the logical one.
No, I was genuine because I'm just like boy soup it, throw it down like the magical healing juice on them.
Hey, make that a magic item, boy soup.
Boy soup.
Hey, we should play some of that tonight.
I agree. We should. I agree. I'm in.
I'll get back to you on that. I might allow that because that makes sense potentially.
I thought for a second you were talking about playing tonight.
The little healing potion. I was good at deciding.
I might allow that.
Maybe we should see what Zeka's interested in, because I'm sure he's eyeing one of those potions of restfulness or the potions of the weave. And then see if we have really money left over for one of those big ticket items that Eric Glaze mentioned. If not, we can we can buy those healing potions. But if not, we can stock up on the little bombs or whatever.
See, I just don't know why you'd want the potion of the weave when you only have how unattainable is a 5th level spell? Like, come on,
yeah. For you. That gets you everything back.
Do I? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like I know that Artuk's 1500. I don't really have anything on here that I feel like I need for 1500. Like those potions take up half of that, and that's all that I really want. So like I'm happy to donate mine a little bit, my remaining a little bit to
I
something good
love
for the party.
Steel Tone boots. The fact that they're just 5 to foot AC. What's that mean? Nothing.
What's Hero's Feast do again? Is that
It's a
It
bunch
is
of
a-
buffs.
It is a 6-level spell. It raises. It makes you immune to fear, advantage on Wisdom saving throws, and raises your max hit points for I think 24 hours. I can't remember the
It's 24
exact.
hours, yeah.
I feel like wisdom saving throws against the mind flares.
Huge,
that's gonna
yeah.
be?
I also
should
Yeah,
be
know-
and
worthwhile.
the psychic resist as well.
I was literally about to
think
bring
that's
that
like
up.
best for Ode is actually the unarmored robes that grant resistance to psychic damage, but that's kind of a little bit fixed by Hero's Feast, which we all benefit from.
Honestly, I feel like Hero's Feast is
Yeah.
that should probably be a top contender
In
because that
fact-
benefits. Like if you think about, oh, let me look it up.
The flavor for that one is you guys pay Dottingsworth to get you know those like old school like tin lunch boxes? He prepares the exact amount you need and puts them away for you.
Guys, I know we've all been talking about like what would be useful, but if we decided to use 5,000 gold, we could get someone cold resistance through a black sapphire dust tattoo.
Or
Yeah.
Badass.
It's not immunity,
Nope.
just
It's
resistance.
this was the problem with trying to design some of this stuff is I was like, flame resistance. Yeah, that's really good in a normal campaign. I don't know what enemies, I don't know if they're going to throw fire at you. That might be extremely useful in a deal, or that might be worthless.
It's more for friendly fire. I feel like Hero's Feast. Friendly fire isn't.
Yeah.
Hero's Feast. I mean, really, we're getting like what, like 14 D10 like total hit points added to our pool.
Yeah.
Like that's
No, I think
a
Hero's
lot.
Feast is. I'll put all the rest of my money that isn't those 2 potions, which is like 750, I think, into Hero's Feast.
Yeah, I put my 1,500 towards it. I feel like that's the biggest
I
spend
can
for a
probably
buck.
just. I feel like we're kind of making group decisions.
I'm down with making group decisions, and if it benefits the whole group, I feel like we can just take that from the top.
Yeah, like I'm just putting in the Roll20 chat what's left of the 9,000.
Yeah, because I feel like
I already set Brenna's aside and let her know, and she was good with it. So she's good. Will, I think if you guys just leave the 1,500, you decide from there. I don't
We
even
gotta
know.
buy. Can we take off 90? I'm taking 90 of Sunny's, and we're all getting matching tattoos. Or maybe they don't match, but we're all getting tattoos.
Oh, they match. Or at least
Oh, they
they're
have to
themed
match.
together.
It is explicitly, in fact, he won't give you guys tattoos unless they match. Jordan
line
line
up?
up a deal. He is a bad businessman, but he is a great tattooist.
What if they're like they're like they all line up together? Like we all get tattoos like on our butts that when they connect, it's like a puzzle that clicks together.
Ooh,
When we
I
all
like
go
that. I also
cheek to
like
cheek.
imagine just like artistic font, fun, crossed out word fun, new Panther generation.
Crossed new and then pink Panthers.
It's just horribly inconsistent.
Can I get a script Ohio tramp stamp?
No, but you can get a cock ring.
I don't have a cock.
Still buy it.
Fair. What's this neat ring I found? Why is it so small?
Oh, that's huge.
Do we wanna we could add like 2 superior healing potions for 800 each?
I feel like
I agree.
I don't
But
know if we're gonna get more bang for our buck out of the like big ones, or if buying more small ones to get people back up after going down.
that's
I
my
feel like
thought.
if you think about it,
Okay. Yeah.
like 8d4 plus 8
Oh,
was really only gonna get us maybe like 1, maybe 2 like additional hits.
also, this is important. Out of game, I'm switching Ode's subclass to be a Way of Mercy monk. which gives us like a way bigger pool of healing.
Awesome.
So-
Okay.
Oh, so we got basically 3 healers. Well,
Nice.
2.5.
I'm now more on board with getting a couple healing.
You said moron.
Oh, that does remind me. I did come to a decision. I'm going to say, no, you can't, as an attack action, throw a healing potion, just because then every person has healing word then, and that will simply break me.
Now,
True.
I also realized that after I asked that, I was like, oh, wait, no, there's like a shit ton of potions down here.
Yep.
Because when I originally asked that, I was like, well, then why the hell is throwing a health potion even an option? And I didn't even realize that there's a bunch of potions that throwing them is useful.
Baneful oil, in fact.
Oh, look at that.
And you have to pick which resistance you get when you buy the potion of elemental resistance.
Yes.
Damn it.
Damn it.
But if you buy
Damn
multiple,
it. I guess we
I
should
think-
buy
hold on.
7 of each.
If it was necrotic damage, that would be really good against the blight fight, but that's not one of the options.
No.
Donningsworth is an expensive cook because Hero's Feast only costs 1,000 GP.
You're also paying for the ability to use it.
I could just ask him to give that to us.
I think
Almost
Zaka has
3
the
times
capability
the
to cast it.
Which is
It's a
sixth
6 level
level.
spell, you fuck. He's good enough of a cook to replicate 6 level magic, alright?
Of things, I'm also eyeing like the smoke powder bomb or the ball bearing bomb, but that's just because it deals a lot of damage to tightly packed groups, which is kind of cool.
We're also we gotta look at the fact that we get mundane equipment at a 10% discount.
Ooh.
Oh.
In case anyone wanted to buy any, that was basically there in case Eric said no to James so that he could buy plate armor.
I mean, here's the thing. I love mundane equipment, so I'm gonna take a little bit here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm looking now too. Like, can we do something interesting with bear traps?
Immensely.
We could buy. Hold on. At 10% off, we're talking 9 silver for 1,000 ball bearings. Okay. If there's one thing I know about Eric Miko, is that he loves his ball
If
bearings.
there's one thing I know about me is that I love me some ball bearings, but also understand that at this level in D&D they do nothing.
Hold on.
It's literally a ball bearing bomb, you fucks.
Okay, but wait. What if we got some ball bearings, okay, and then bought some alchemist fire and like crafted them together to make a sort of like ball bearing
We could
bomb?
actually.
I hate all of
Are we like
You
the
get
elixir
alchemist
barrels
fire,
of baneful oil
Ball
for
bearings
anything?
and glue. You just glue the ball bearings outside of the alchemist fire, light it, toss it. Ball bearings everywhere.
Huh. Yeah.
Okay, no, that is correct. Okay.
What is Bane?
How much damage does alchemist fire do?
It's a lot.
1d4 damage?
I thought it was
it?
more than that.
Yeah, I thought it was more.
No, it's pretty bad.
That's
Okay, but that's 1 vial of alchemist. So okay, hear me out. We get like 10 vials of alchemist fire and a net,
okay.
and
Okay.
we hurl the net with an addle or addle,
Mm-hmm.
and we have a cast of fireball as a magic item for the cost of 10%. What does an alchemist fire cost? Is that actually
50.
a good price?
50 GP.
Going to take a
that's
brief
not good
moment to
anymore.
remind you all that none of your characters are engineers. The closest you have is Morak.
I know.
Okay, putting a bunch of potions in a bag is not engineering, David.
Okay.
I want you to. Sorry, hold on. Mary, what is your question before I get down?
It's unrelated. I just want to do re-Bane. Up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see within range must make charisma saving throws. Whenever a target fails the saving throw that makes an attack or saving throw before the spell ends, the target must roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from the attack or saving throw. So there's no... Oh, so it does have concentration. So for the Baneful Oil, as an attack throw at a target, and they must make a DC 13 charisma saving throw. So Baneful Oil targets 1 target, but you don't have to have concentration.
Yep.
Okay.
Hear me out.
No, that's dead right.
We get that.
I feel like that's useful.
We should get that.
It is,
I want
yeah.
Morak to have that.
My only
That
thought,
is a good
or my
spell.
only worry about the Bane is that it's such a low DC.
Can we do something to like reduce their?
Oh, that's what they need to beat.
Yeah.
I can reduce it by a D10.
And if
Oh.
if Morak,
That's pretty good.
okay, well,
Yeah.
okay, that's not how it works.
Charisma
Well, I can
saving
reduce
throws
it by
are
a
not
D10.
great.
How would that work with my ability that if I hit them and then they get hit by my spell, they have disadvantage?
I say it works. I say it hella works.
Yeah, that definitely works because they're distinct debuffs. So you could
Yeah.
have
I think,
like
like,
if you guys wanted to for Morak's spell, you could hit him with that to have disadvantage. You could hit him with Byron's cutting words to reduce it by D10, and you could hit him with Bane to reduce it by a D4. It just would be tricky to do, but you could absolutely stack all those. They're
Oh
individual.
no, because we have to make sure that Bane they lose the
We want to
Bane.
make sure they
So
have
we
the-
would use Byron's thing and Morak's thing.
and then next turn Morak would use.
Then the next turn I would
Foil.
use it. The problem is that my ability only works for my spells, so is me using that potion count as my spell?
That's a, yeah.
I'm going to put it out
I mean-
here. That's a lot to burn on essentially a first level spell.
That's true.
A
That's
D4 for saves and hits
For a minute,
For
like
a
for
minute?
everything they're attacking.
I mean, I guess
think
it is
it's
not
20 to a
concentration.
16.
I would allow it to be they have disadvantage on the Bane save. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would allow that to be the case. You'll need to remind me in the moment, but I will allow that. I will allow it.
I guess the point that it's a first level spell, like oftentimes when things are hitting us, they're hitting us for like 24. But in the chance that it's like, oh, it reduces it even by 1 and that saves us from the hit, that's something.
It's also
Yeah.
just very good for saves, honestly. Like, just because, hey, how many times have I rolled a 20 when your DC is a 17? You guys could knock like some extra spells down.
No, like
I think
Counterpoint?
it's worth having for 300.
think about if I had that on the zombie Tuskbane in the last fight, how much damage Dust Devil would have done during that fight.
Zeka can learn Bane.
Bang! But it
But
is
it's concentration
and
thing.
he'll never
And
do
Zeka's not here right now, Byron.
I'm just
Okay.
saying.
Can I learn Bane?
Guys, we can buy
No, it's cleric and bard only.
if we use all of the gold, we can buy 555,555.5 bars of soap.
When you just get real soapy.
Good members.
And then wait, I can cast create water. And we can have a big bubble bath of the brain.
And then we'll disappear into the bubbles.
Okay, so do we want to go ahead and buy like 4 of the greater healing at 300?
I'd say just the basic.
Yeah, I'd say
Because, like,
the
if you
basic.
think about it, if we're getting hit for like 10, 20, 30, probably in the range of like 30 is going to be an average hit.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter if we're, anything below
30.
Oh. I guess
Yeah.
when you were saying like getting people back up, I guess
Like it doesn't matter if we get revived from 0 to 1 hit point or 0 to 29 hit points, basically.
If they're only hitting
If you're getting
30.
hit by.
Yeah, that's something that, like, playing a cleric and then a bard, I sort of came to realize is that healing people isn't really worth it for HP. The only good use of healing spells is getting people off the ground so they don't die so they can keep fighting. And when it comes to that, all of these healings, like potions, are identical. They all get you up the same way.
that's true. I guess
Sure, you
since
guys are
it's an
down
action
pulling
to
this
feed it to
free
someone
line.
else. I was thinking like, oh, if you're low, you can use it as a bonus action on your turn to like actually get you decently back up.
That's
yeah, it
why
might
I
not be
it
bad
does-
to have some like heavier hitting ones, but if we have money left over, I'd say we do that.
Yeah, it's just
It's-
like a superior would, a superior would do like on average like 22 points of healing, no, 24 points of healing, and a hit
That's
from
so crazy
a normal,
for 800 gold.
exactly, a hit from a regular like minion enemy at this point does like 25 damage. So like we wouldn't even survive one hit, and we'd spend the same as if we bought 8 healing.
No, that
potions.
makes sense. I'm just thinking who in this. I mean, if someone's down, it's like okay, whoever has a potion uses their action to get them back up. But a
Yeah.
lot of times it's like it's better if you don't go down because then everyone gets to use their action to keep attacking the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if we get healing potions for all the anybody who can't cast healing,
I think
If we
that's
get
smart.
them-
Yeah.
yeah, I
then,
think that's a good way
yes.
to do it.
So that would be
Yeah.
Kezia, Artuk, Morak, Sunny.
4.
That's it.
That's it.
And maybe an extra, so like 500
Maybe
gold's worth of healing
Five? I
potions.
think
Oh, wait,
5 like
I
regular.
was changing your subclass, right? I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, so like 500 gold of regular healing pots.
Great.
All
I'll
right.
add that to the roll 20.
Cool.
Guys, hear me out. I feel like there's something we can do with a pot, alchemist fire. Okay, fill the pot with water. We'll create a rudimentary sort of steam engine. Okay, use the alchemist fire to boil the water in the pot. That will, increase the pressure, and then we can somehow turn that into like effectively a sort of a rail gun to
Eric?
launch.
As you begin to discuss this, I imagine this conversation is happening because you're buying the mundane equipment from the goblins. You see them taking rapid notes as you're speaking, and then promptly asking you to leave the building. Well,
The sign flips from open to closed. Get out! Get out! Get out!
I have an
a
idea.
fucking pipe bomb.
You're one of the goblins. I have an idea.
They literally have grenades, and they're like, "Ooh, a new version."
We could buy.
Should we buy? I mean, I guess we can ask Will what he wants. I just know he'll want the potion of restfulness because it
We could
gives
buy
him all
about
the back.
200,000 mirrors, and maybe use that to channel the sunlight in a destructive way. Oh, we could use it to build a big like parabolic array.
Eric, the vampires are coming next campaign, not this campaign. Calm down.
Here's the thing. Deep down, I feel like I would love to play an artificer, but mechanically, they're so garbage and stupid.
Yeah.
Adam is playing an artificer in the Out of the Abyss game.
How
Yeah.
garbage is it?
I mean, I have a lot of AC. I also hit for 1d4.
There you go.
He's using
what I
the
said.
magic stone spell to surprising effect.
Magic Stone is great at low levels if you have NPCs around.
All right.
Can I just buy a +1 shield?
No.
Oh.
Hold on. Acid does 2d6 damage. And
I've been trying to mention that.
That's if we get 10 of those and put them in a pot and then use an alchemist fire to boil the water.
Yeah, the acid's also half the price of alchemist fire.
Sure, but alchemist fire, they have to use an action to make a dex check to extinguish it.
Not for acid though. Acid use hit him.
So we decide not to buy the vamp oil. I think.
That's-
Maybe we'll do it.
You really have the money. You haven't asked for anything specifically for Morak yet.
Yeah, well, because for Morag at this point, it's just like I don't know. None of it really.
To me, you should get the smoke powder bomb.
Wait, hold on. None of you guys have brought up the Cloak of Billowing, and there are plenty for the entire group, alright, if you guys want it.
Yeah. Do you think if we got enough robes of billowing and put them on a carriage?
Code has an extra 200 gold, so I'll just go ahead and throw that in the group pot.
Cool.
36.
I didn't know you smoked.
Oh yeah, we could buy a bunch of
David,
ditch
you
weed.
didn't note on here, so just like note if we note or have anything that we bring up, what is and isn't attunement items.
None of them are attunement.
Whoa.
Right? Because we went potty at like 1.
Not a one of these is an attunement item.
They're all mechanically
I didn't
based.
feel like thinking about it.
No.
Okay. Hear me
None
out.
of them are
Hear me out,
attunements. You're
David.
saying I could put on like 18 chokers
So
and
boots. You add 500 gold to their price, so they're 800 now. But we switch it from TOED to TOAD, and now it gives acid resistance.
Steel toad.
It
So
already
gives you
has
sleight of hand,
acid resistance.
and it does.
No, Eric already
yes,
has
yeah.
acid resistance. Which only emboldens you guys' acid shenanigans.
Okay, so what if we buy a shit ton of acid and then all of us take a little sip every day, and then we're all have acid resistance after
What if we buy a
month?
shit ton of acid, but like the drug kind?
It's like when
Yeah,
people
we
are
just
like,
get the mind flare high, and then he wigs out and then dies.
I'm
There you
just
go.
saying you guys haven't even considered the floppy hat nearly enough.
Yeah, I feel like we're going heavy on the mechanical
I
stuff.
thought about it.
Let's really consider the well-made linen shirt.
I love that.
I was
so
tempted
much.
by it.
You
I
know,
was very tempted.
okay. In in character, at one point over the past couple of days, you see Morak at like the store at Gromo's, and he just kind of has like a sad look on his face. And anybody, I don't care, someone asks him, "Hey, what's going on? Aren't you happy because you have that new necklace that makes it so you can have any clothes you want?" And he'd be like, "Well, I just feel like the fun of having clothes is buying them, and I don't need to buy any anymore."
You fucking pretentious bastard. It's so funny.
No point to buy clothes when you have all of them.
I'd be wasting money, and I'm not about to do that.
You could just get the featherlight boots for O to just have them be super broken, give her an extra 15 feet of movement on top of her already.
Okay. Real talk though, getting Ode the Sparky gloves is
I
kind of
think that's
amazing.
huge. I actually do think that's a worthwhile
I think
investment.
I'm willing to give all of my money to give Ode the Sparky gloves.
Here's
Fun
the thing.
with that item, I had to change it from a D6 or to a D4 because I thought, oh, Ode's in the party. Oh no.
Yeah, I know, because she
Is
makes
it a D6 if it's not Ode?
No, it isn't. Because I'll forget.
Yeah, no, I feel like Ode makes like on average like 4 strikes per turn. So like a D4 is what average to 2.5, so that's 10 damage extra output for our party per turn if we give those to Ode.
Yep. This is why I got changed to a D4.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do feel like those are a worthwhile item.
Hear me out. For the price of that, we could have 106 vials of acid.
Mhm.
At 2d6, a 2d6 damage per vial. We're talking 212 d6 of damage. Let me go ahead and roll that die roller.
Oh, okay. Wait, I have it. We buy that. We buy. Okay, the items we get with this 10,000 gold that we were given is a single bag of holding.
I have a bag of holding.
Okay, don't even need to do that. Then we just buy 10,000 gold worth of acid. We put all of the vials of acid in the bag of holding. One of us flies up above whatever the elder brain thing we're going to fight is, and we turn the bag inside out.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I want you guys to think of how much joy you would bring me if you did that, and I decided, yes, you need acid. What? Yeah.
I'd like to say I just pulled up a die roller. I was like, oh, calculator.net. Yeah, roll dice. And I put it in. I didn't realize it was going to give it to me in a visual format on the D6s.
Eric, how many dice are you trying to roll?
212.
You know, you can do that on Roll20, right?
Yeah, 212 D6?
Yeah.
There you go.
How much was it? It's in another window. Where is it? 106 damage.
That
That's
is
not
exactly
gonna add up.
half. I don't think that's
Oh,
true.
it has a division. Oh, wait.
No,
you do 212
There we go.
there you go.
There it is.
720 and 725.
Dang.
That's. I mean, guys, have we fought anything that wouldn't kill?
Yes.
Son, now that he's a knight.
You're right.
Actually, wait. No, it would eat through him.
Here's the thing. If we think about it, the resulting tidal wave of acid would probably kill all of us as well.
Not
So
so
you're
flying
saying-
above.
We just all fly.
All right. Well, I think
I'm
I think we could maybe put a pin in it there. Think
Yeah.
about, how we want to spend the rest of this.
Yeah.
What's the rest of the groups here?
Yep, I agree with the breakdown we have so far.
I will go through thusly in just a moment then. All right.
Wait, I don't even know what we decided on.
It's what Mary put in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mary was doing the good work of putting it all in.
You know, Mary's got our back.
Being the organized one among us as normal.
Someone's got
Joker.
to do it.
Oracle's Draft, Bottled Luck, Oracle's Draft number 2, Hero's Feast, 500 with healing
Euro,
potions.
actually.
God damn it.
Euros
And then
feast.
Byron put in an extra 300 for
Crouch
Legend Lore on
gyro.
the Tusk Dragon.
Oracle Drought, Byron.
Yep.
I'm putting it all
Which
at the bottom of
leaves-
that Word doc just so I remember.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just
reasonable.
put it to. I'm gonna just
Which
put
leaves us with-
Heroes Feast under Zeka just because it's a cleric spell, so it makes sense to me.
Sure.
So we're left with 3,350 gold.
And I think I agree
was
with you.
keeping great track of all of our gold.
Yeah. That's we were just using your list. That's what we were reading.
No, it's
So I just
David
subtract
then
extra 300.
roll 222 d6.
Yeah.
212.
Oh,
Fair. Yeah, I'm good with putting a pin in it there, like we were saying, and thinking on what we do with the rest. I think we have a good start.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Cool.
I'm just happy to be a lily pad knight.
You know, that was the best thing that came out of today, by far.
Wait, are we done playing?
Yeah, I figured.
I was going to do Carson's Legend Lore thing and then kind of wind down. Well, Carson, if you want to do it today, we don't have to.
Sure, we can if you'd like.
It's up to you. You're the one who's casting the spell. You're the one who's casting the spells.
I'd leave it up to the rest of the group. What do they want to do? Do they want
here
to cut
for
it
a
off
moment.
here, or
Whatever you want.
Let's do it.
Let's
Alright.
do it, and then next
I'll
week
grab a slice
we
pizza.
open with Zeka, and then further Morak if he follows up with that psionic stuff, or you just ignore it and move on to getting married.
Oh no, I'm gonna go at. I just felt like that was next session. I was planning on doing that because
That's totally
it
fair.
seemed like there was a lot going on this session. So me doing a psionic side quest would have been a lot extra.
Sounds good. And let me just mark down all the stuff prepped for next time. Morak, Zeka, Ode,
Yeah, and put me down for a +1 shield.
no.
If I sell my mirror shield, how much money would we get for it?
Well, it's
sign
not.
it first?
How much would you pay for it?
A very magical shield.
And
And for someone that like battles outside during the day is extremely useful. It's just
when was the last time?
Morak's profession just makes it so it's always dark or inside.
Well, hey, that's the thing. You've been working with Ode, who was a shadow monk for so long, so you guys stuck to the shadows to maximize Ode's ability. Now you guys are going to only fight in the light.
Mm-hmm. And I know the final battle will be in a cave, so
All right, let me look over Legend Lore real quick.
Gosh, I wish I had a piece of pizza right now.
It's pretty fucking great. Though I gotta say, this pizza is wild. I went to a new pizza place that's down the street from me. The entire pizza was coated in sauce. Like,
That's typically how they do it.
no, like an unusual.
I explicitly asked for only 75% coverage.
Well, no, okay, go ahead. Like, I guess they don't put sauce on the crust where you hold it. That would be pretty whack.
No, let me post a picture of this because I understand that sounds like a normal thing to do for pizza.
I'm just getting ready to send a picture of a normal fucking pizza. Like, guys,
let
get a
me
load
send
of
you a
this.
picture of this thing.
It's under the
My
cheese.
regular healing potions under
No, look at this pizza.
I figure we can redistribute
It
them.
seems like I spent my money
Is
on
there
it.
This is what they
cheese?
gave me.
Yeah, but
Oh,
Zach wasn't here, and he somehow bought the
The
heroes.
cheese is under the sauce.
Yeah, it's
Right.
like they dumped a bottle of ragu on top.
What the hell?
Interesting.
Wait,
See,
what
I
kind
don't
of
Weird fucking pizza.
What was the
understand
name
why
of the
you do
pizza
that.
place?
It seems too slippery.
Domino's.
Franzino's or Fran. It's a local place.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like with how the crust looks, it looks vaguely Chicagoan.
Yeah, I don't know what it is exactly, but it's down the street, and they have. Philly is an awful city for pizza. There is no great pizza in Philly, but the one good thing that Philly does, and I think it's just an East Coast thing in general, is like every place has sweet peppers as an option alongside like the normal green peppers and banana peppers. is sweet peppers, which are basically just like a sugared or like sugar pickled
It's like a
bell
sweet
pepper.
pickled pepper.
Exactly, and they are my favorite pizza to eat on the East Coast is bacon and sweet pepper. It's so good.
I have this as we're talking about pizza while David figures out what the Lord. I have this like idea because I'm sure you guys have had like hot cherry peppers.
Mhm.
All I want, I have this like idea for making a hot pickled cherry pepper, but using cherry juice in the pickle brine to make up a sweet and hot pickled cherry pepper. And I don't know if it would work, but I want to find
Sounds
out.
delightful.
Because I feel like the sweet and the heat would work well.
Mhm.
And because also cherry is like not like an overpoweringly sweet flavor, and as a pickle, I feel like that would be really good and really good on a pizza.
I can see that working really well.
Try it.
Pickled peppers are just
that was
great.
more of a hair ball.
Right. Legend lore. Name a person, place, or thing. Spell brings to mind. Brief summary of
What
lore.
value do we put on Ode increasing her max HP by 10?
Like-
Probably not worth 2,000 gold.
Well, here's the thing: like 10 at this level is like a third of a hit.
Yeah.
You guys keep saying that, but when we go down, we're gonna feel different.
I mean, it's. I mean, think about it. Think about it. You got it from a DM's
How about a magic
perspective.
item that lowers Sunny's max health by 10 but raises Ode's by 11?
You know what? I might use Ode's. No, never mind.
Hear me out. Oh, look at Rocket go! Look at him go!
Buy myself a big healing potion, and I'm gonna use it and show you guys.
I'm willing to
tell
give
you,
you all my money.
No,
Guys,
To find
look at Rocket behind Mary.
the thunder.
I see him.
chasing
He's
his
actually
tail.
chasing his tail. It's
Look at
great.
him.
If the thing is, I'm not
Rocket's one of the few dogs I've seen actually do that, and it makes me happy every time.
It's very cute.
You learn it's accurate,
I
but
don't think I need Thunderfist because the Way of Mercy Monk, I'm gonna be adding a D4.
it adds a D4 of damage to your healing as well. It just shocks people.
But we can also do
Pain and
It adds-
pleasure.
I'm gonna fix my martial arts die because it adds a damage of my martial arts die plus my wisdom modifier.
No, that's fine.
But it's not to each roll; it's just once per round.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't need to fix your martial arts die.
Okay.
All right, Byron, legend lore. What does this look like? Set the scene for us. This can take place in a narrative vacuum anywhere between you guys immediately being let out and the couple of days before the flame lashes arrive. So you've got like 7-day window to narratively have this take place, and whenever is convenient to you and you like.
He does that at some point, like during the day, and he'll invite anyone who wants to come.
Okay, so the team's there.
I'm there.
Okay, he'll be
Hi.
a little like, oh my, yeah, I didn't think that the team would come as well. Oh, hi, hello everyone. Thank you for coming to my legend lore. I guess I'll get started.
You see the
And
team
he'll
wearing
go through.
Should we sit around in a circle, or is it more of like an audience
we all
thing?
in the living room, so we can't just sit on the couch.
Hey, you guys do whatever. And then if it's in the living room, he'll like sit at like the coffee table, like crisscross applesauce, pull it kind of over to him. He'll set up the incense in a nice little circle, and he'll set up the 3 pieces of ivory, kind of like in a little triangle formation, and then take out the Heart of Chaos. He'll touch it to his head, and his eyes will be closed, and whenever they open, they'll be pure white, as if you're looking directly at a star. And as he takes it away from his forehead, you'll see like a chain of like dark miasma, like a starry sky, as he then says the word Dusk Dragon, and like it'll have a weird resonance to it as he then lowers it down, sets it directly in the middle of like this semicircle of burning incense and triangle of ivory strips. And then he'll just kind of look up, and like this strange fog will begin to emanate out of him as he begins to speak out this lore.
Okay.
As if something has taken over his body to say it.
Okay.
As if a white guy
Your voice
With a little bit of a
changes to that of a
beard.
dark-haired, 6'1", lightly bearded, but it could definitely be touched up white guy.
That's right.
So, the Dusk Dragon. It is a primordial god representative and the embodiment of chaos. It is directly contrasted by the Dawn Dragon, which represents fundamental order. It is a mostly defunct god because it exists less in the pantheon of belief and more so as a universal extreme. It exists, this is a little bit above board, but it's more akin to a god status in the way that, say, the Blight or Bloom are kind of these outer entities that represent a certain aspect of life. Order and chaos for Dawn and Dusk, and kind of growth and decay for Bloom and Blight. So it's less a god that is worshipped so much as a force unto the world and unto the universe that is regarded and takes form because of this regard for it. The worship of the Dust Dragon takes place a lot in the form of just kind of fear of unknown, kind of a almost nihilism, or like an aggressive like anarcho view of things, and essentially by rejection of natural orders, essentially viewing natural order as endemic and within chaos, within doubt, within things that we don't fully understand is where it finds its meaning. Very much it is associated with free will due to the spontaneous nature of it, which can be good and bad, which is contrasted, I'll give a little bit on this, with the Dawn Dragon, which is against free will in so much. It essentially seeks to erase free will, erase doubt, and apply laws of the fundamental laws of the universe as they exist. As it relates, and particularly because of your exposure to it, the Dust Dragon finds its champion in reality through an avatar with which it essentially imbues with power. This can take different forms, and it's not always necessarily a single individual at all times, but is a single focused point with which its will manifests. So, a single soul acting as its avatar, or a cult that is embodied and imbued by it acting in its name. It isn't always one person, but it is one singular force which is making its will known. Trying to think of what would next come up. One moment, let me just read through this. Okay. It's known and it's discussed again, much as more a outside force given spirit, or given a face. It's almost the force and the teeth behind the concept of the human spirit, or beyond just spontaneity in people's decisions. With their champions, though, it is very much less is known. It's been associated in long past with horrific cruelty and of chain breakers, breaking people free from chains, but equally killing the slaying of kings, right, wrong, good, evil, and everything in between. What you know of it begins to blend a little bit in. You recall a cult worshipping it, and the cult disappearing as you assumed its place. You are reminded of images of worshippers and belonging to it, essentially being a part of the manifestation of it. You also are reminded that Byron, it seemed to toy with you, but it constantly reinforced your role in making a decision insofar as your future, referencing you picking up the book as your decision to do it, you giving up the Orb of Chaos and it taunting you to do so, and is a vengeful force as well. You know this from personal experience, as its cult slayed people intermittently to achieve its unknown goals, to find the book with your power was once from, and urging you to commit wanton savagery. As you felt yourself imbued by this fierceness of spontaneity, of just rage. One second.
Wonton savagery, what Byron does at the Chinese buffet.
Ooh, gee. Can you guys hear when he meows?
No,
heard that
I
one.
wish. I wish. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the next kind of step for what you would reasonably know.
I mean, it's all of the legendary lore.
Yeah, but it says, you know further that people who walk the path of chaos, one thing, you don't know of any names. You don't know of any. You can't speak to an individual. You can't think. Even those faces that you once saw of times ancient past, it seems as though they are gone from history, or they are the change makers, but not a part of it. You know that this god or godlike being, further, is not one to be toyed with. You know personally how vengeful it can be when you first broke, when you first stole, when you first tried to get away, and how it will come back, and how it came back for you. You have a distinct sense, though you can't put it to it, that what you have, essentially, your existence as having taken a piece from it, is anomalous. Generally, you are in the fold, or you are completely disconnected from it. So your unique situation of having broken free, whether it's happened before and just been forgotten about, is seemingly unknown to you. Unknown in legend, even. And you can't imagine it's happy about that. You don't know whether it's simply you're the first to do it, though in all of creation that seems rather unlikely. But you don't know precisely what it will do. But you do recall the way that it warped and the way it spoke to you, the way it described your family, of almost in a distant sense regarding you, almost as if you were an anomaly beyond them. It didn't say your family that you walked away. I'm trying to find the exact way. This is David struggling to find the way. It referred to you almost in an outsider terms, even to your family, beyond just a level of you walked away from your family. It created like a much wider gulf of distance between you and them, you recall. But the nature of this stuff at this point is simply unknown. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. The orb. The orb is not all of its power, but it is a piece of its power. What you stole was a part of its strength. Big, small, hard to quantify, but you took essentially a ball of raw chaos from it. Regardless of what the precise impact of it is, the cruelty and savagery of this god and its singular devotion to snuffing out order, you can't imagine it simply is letting you go. However, you also recall what it has said of its rival, the Dawn Dragon, of how it exudes and emphasizes order, and how the Illithids, or the Mind Flailers, as they are historically known by their enemies, how they embody. They don't necessarily worship it, but they still abide by its law. They seek to create their own vision in which all things are folded into the Illithids, which in and of itself creates a natural order to that. So you get the sense that though you carry something it very much would come for, your guys' mission, and this is more like Byron, this is less the legend lore and more Byron's like kind of intuition taking over for a bit. You are doing a lot of what it would have you do anyway at the moment. Kind of like what Ode said of, well, you're in direct opposition to to its forces it would send you in direct opposition to. So whether it's let you go and you've broken free, or whether it's just biding its time for if you go for it later, it's hard to precisely quantify. But based on what you know, this thing would not just let you go. I think that's about what the legend lore, unless there's an obvious glaring thing I'm just missing because I was talking for a while, which, if so, let me know so I don't just shortchange you.
What its favorite color is, favorite food dish, favorite type of
No.
flower.
Astrology sign.
Yeah, astrology sign.
Well,
Yeah.
It goes between a Pisces and a Taurus.
Oh, so it must be like a rising, like a Taurus rising or something like that.
I don't know what that means, and you made me angry just saying it.
You invoke the wrath.
You invoke the wrath of a real Capricorn, and that means nothing.
Let's see. What does it just like to do to unwind? I want to see the Dust Dragon's hinge profile.
You see absolute blackness, as if the void of space called out to you. And below it, you see a small text that say they like adventure in the office.
God, what a fucking basic bitch.
But no, I think that is the majority of what you get, unless there is something obvious I'm missing. Give me 1 second just to think of it. But probably the biggest takeaway, other than just the general background, would be that what you are carrying with the Heart of Chaos is a piece both of itself and of its strength. Regardless of how insignificant it is, that is not something it would idly give up. To give a relative example, it would be like you or anyone not having a piece of your soul, of your essence. Regardless of how insignificant it is something to be sought after because it is a part of you in a very spiritual, fundamental way. That is probably the biggest one I'm admitting.
That I stole the soul of the Dust Dragon in fucking exchange for my own.
A piece.
Wow.
So
okay.
I would say that would be the very extent of what you would know, at which point your eyes kind of begin to rejoin in color as this kind of mist and miasmic force begins to recede. all of you were witness to Byron's speech on it. Byron, as you were going, you were conscious of it, and you were seeing these in a very visceral way, like almost like projections, like almost like rapid REM sleep images being put before you. But you were very cognizant of your own thoughts as you were doing as well. So you have had time to reflect on it as much as Byron would have done so.
I think Sunny is just standing in like the doorway to the room, like eating some leftovers, like a leftover bowl of soup. Like, whoa, that was a pretty lame sounding voice. I'm not gonna lie, Byron.
I don't know. You know, like just the legend lore. Like I read the like fine details. It says that it's not going to be your voice.
Does it like have to be like the lamest voice that you could find? Sounds kind of like a real goofy, sounding voice, like a caricature of a real person. You might say.
I don't know.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that.
But, I don't. It sounded like kind of just like a really plain human. If I had to guess, you know,
yeah, very basic. It sounded like the voice of like. Have you heard about like NPCs?
Yes, it did sound exactly like one of those. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And you remember the Dust Dragon also absolutely kills anyone who defies it without any possibility to defeat it. You remember that critical detail at the very end.
Oh, by the way, guys, I'm completely fucked.
Well, that was a lot.
Well, thank you for coming to my Legend Lore talk. If you guys have any questions, I might be able to answer some.
I mean, do you want to talk about your feelings?
You know, I got a lot of them. I need to kind of process them a little bit, but I will say, have a plan. So, like, you know how, like, it was saying, like, you know, this little guy here, which, God, I cannot lose. God forbid if I ever fucking lose this thing. Holds a little bit of the soul of the Dusk Dragon, which is, hey, that seems like a really good bargaining chip. I'm wondering if maybe, just maybe, once we finish doing basically its bidding for him, if I can just go, hey, you know, I did your job for you. I'll give you back your bit of your soul if I take mine back. That's it. You know, maybe I can do that. I'll lose probably every last bit of my power.
I mean, that actually, I don't know what your other options are, so that is an option. So I think that's the best one you got.
But the big thing is that I'll probably lose all of my power and just become a standard human again that has zero magic and anything like that.
Like, I can hit so well through like years of training and stuff. So you could join the monastery.
You know, yeah, you could gain your powers through like skill and training and study, like the rest of us.
I mean, if you think about it,
I didn't mean it quite so rudely. I was just saying you won't be any worse off than us.
I just don't like it when he says he doesn't have any magical powers, and it's just like he can work on it. He's only 22.
It's like if you not having magical powers isn't so bad. I mean, you could be like Morak, who has no magical ability. I mean, look at him; he's doing all right for himself.
Actually, you know what? I bet I'm willing to bet if I really worked on, I could get back up to this level. You know, the body that I stole got trained on it.
It's probably not even that hard. You just put your mind to it for a while.
If you work with the team, you could become a paladin of Grumsh.
You could become. I have an in to the Knights of the Lillipad.
You see as a team
and I look at each other, and it's like
thumbing through like through a book.
Oh, I'm so sorry that you had to, by the way, as a team, to kind of get all that like baggage kind of thrown at you.
Doesn't bother me. Keeps reading through her book.
Sunny like kind of like looks at Byron and then like looks over at Zatine and is like, "Oh, I've got something to do somewhere else, so I better get going. I'll just head on out and leave you all here." And like backs out of the doorway with a bowl of soup.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to go get some lunch or something?
Oh yeah, I'm always hungry.
Oh, okay, cool. Here, come with me into the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, get the fuck out.
Well, I guess it's just the three of us.
Arthur, get the fuck out!
Oh.
Arthur, get the fuck out!
Well, oh, all right.
Do you want lunch? I'm making sandwiches.
I would love a sandwich right now. That sounds great.
There we
Guys,
go.
I'm gonna
Hey, make sure to bring it
do you
to
guys
me.
want a sandwich? You can come with us.
I might just I'll join a little bit later.
Sounds good. See ya.
See ya. Byron was kind of like,
Fired its team.
and he'll start cleaning up the legend lore stuff. And it's like, so the team, how's it going? Big day.
Going pretty good. My brother's wedding is just in a couple days. Just trying to keep it all together, kind of work through all the stuff. Heavy stuff you're going through, though.
It's the nature of the beast, Say, I heard from Morak that you're going to the wedding with someone, but I was curious if maybe.
Oh yeah, just one of my girlfriends. So she's just gonna come with me, and yeah. Why? What's up?
I was curious if maybe you wanted to, hang out while we were there. Grab a couple of drinks, celebrate your brother's wedding, and just have a good time. And of course, I'd love to spend more time with you before then. Really get to know each other.
Sure. You want to do something right now?
You know what? I heard that there's a beautiful walk through the Tier of Grumsh park. That whenever the starlight hits it just right is absolutely gorgeous.
I lived in this city my whole life.
You know what? You've got me there.
But yes, I would love to take a walk.
Wonderful. I suppose show me the way. I'd love to see the city through a local's eyes.
As you begin to go through the walk, it's nice. It's pleasant. She takes you through some of the nicer patches of the park. You guys pass Jay on his lily pad, spearfishing in a closed pond. You see a few guards are trying to get him to stop killing the koi fish, but he is adamant.
He's floating out towards the center on his lily pad.
But it is, all in all, a very pleasant time as you go through. She takes you through some of the more naturally beautiful with flowers, rose bushes, and just a lot of very beautiful greenery as you go through your day with her.
So, tell me about. We've talked a lot about your work and your aspirations and things like that, but I feel like I haven't really gotten to know you. If you know what I mean. Like, sure, I know what your aspirations are, but what drives you towards them?
That's a tricky one. I think family is probably it. Just looking over and seeing what my family's done here, what done for this city and done beyond it, and hearing what they did before the war. I think just kind of looks around. I guess just the chance to protect that. To see my brother happily married to Maz, and to see our nation and our family leading it to a better future forward. So I think just doing what I can to protect my family and to carry what we want forward so that we can continue to help people and help live in this way as well.
That's pretty
also,
noble.
I really fucking love to fight.
That's that one's also fair. I was gonna say it's very noble that you do so much for your family.
He's wearing boxing tape. Yeah, that's actually what I was going to do after this. I was going to have a match.
Oh, sure. Say I am not very familiar with orcish culture per se. What? I don't think of this as me being too forward or anything, but what are the courting rituals? Like I know, like out east, you know, you take your the person that you're interested out, you know, for dinner, maybe coffee, and chat with them for a while, and then
That's how it works in human culture.
But yes, you know, you get to know each other like slowly, surely, kind of feel things out. It's soft and yes, I don't know.
No, you see, orcish culture takes the form of a contest, a fight.
Oh,
My first date was a boxing match, and I never really moved past it because I loved that. Morak and the team, the team. Morak and Naz.
I'm the team.
I'm the team. Who am I? Why do I sound like an NPC? No, Morak and Naz, before their wedding, and I imagine you'll be a part of a grand fight to see to test yours metal.
At this point, you hear like a bowl clatter, and Sonny like falls down through the door and spills a bowl of porridge out on the floor because I rolled a natural 1 on my stealth.
Hey there, Sonny.
I tripped walking past the door. I'll just
no worries.
The porridge back into the bowl.
Don't eat that.
I'll be out of here.
Molly!
Oh yeah, you're
right friend!
Just here to see my friend JS.
Slide starts rowing the lily pad towards you guys. Byron, this is your minute to break free right now.
So, as a team, let's go this way. By the way, and he'll like grab her hand and like guide her away.
She just starts laughing as Sonny, you are accosted now by James. Whether it's a good or a bad discussion, it is a lengthy one. You hear about that fabled 4-hour story that Morak promised earlier that James would deliver over a very benign topic.
So, say, as a team, for like those shows of strength, how does magic account for that?
All strength is strength. Just don't tell Morak that. She starts laughing. And that, yeah. All strength is strength. Magical, physical, spiritual. She gestures to the holy symbol of Grumsh. Any manner of it, any manner that you can overcome. That is the fundamental way of Grumsh. Any tool to accomplish a job. If it works, it isn't stupid.
I see. Say, would you mind if I joined you for that boxing match? I probably won't join in the fight, but I'd really like to see your strength.
Sure.
And then perhaps later on I can show you some of mine.
She chuckles and starts to lead towards the boxing match.
Oh no, I hit the wrong one.
Whopper. I hardly know her.